At the start or end? At the end, I can read. At the end of episode 6, Battler said to Erica, even with you, there's still 17. Correct. I remember that. I remember that happening. I'm at least remembering that was like a big thing. Can I imagine how that happened? I've thought about it. I just haven't put a ton of thought into it. Can you imagine? Even with you, there's still 17. Let me just think. Oh God, I hate that you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Uh, because what was, um, because normally she was saying, because Erica said before that, prior to that, that she was the 18th, right? I mean, the only thing that makes your brain go to is someone is playing, right, like two roles somehow or something along those lines. That because we've had now in the game multiple times where it's been hinted at or even maybe more explicitly or closer to explicitly told that like there had been shenanigans where um maybe certain characters had been I don't even know if saying double like two different roles is the same thing. Two different characters, two different names. They've done a lot of things with like names and people saying, "Oh, they're going by the same name but they're different people," or the case is like, you know, oh, certain something. So it has to. I mean, again, I haven't put a ton because I'm just waiting for what does that sound? Um, there's something. I'm gonna get murdered. There's some weird noise outside. It's got to be that someone that's probably seems pretty important to the story is taking on two roles or has played two roles, or it's something, and it's gonna end up being something fucking weird. It's gonna be like Battler is Beatrice, or Battler is Kinzo, or Angie is there and she was this person, or I'm just throwing out names. I'm not actually saying I believe any of these things, but I'm saying like it's got to be something along those lines, or someone was there and they were playing the role of someone else, or you know what I mean? It's going to be something along those lines. And so that was where my thought had always been, but I hadn't put more thought into actually trying to see like beyond that about like who is playing what. But the farthest I've gotten, at least my running theory, was that that is the case. Is that someone is playing someone, or someone is somehow standing in for two people. Only mostly because the game had constantly been telling us that there had been prevailing theories, whether they had been shot down or not. Prior to this, was that different people had been going by the same name or different name, or not different names. Obviously, many people go by different names, but someone had been potentially going by the same name, and people not being there, or being people that they're not originally saying that they are. That's how I'd go with all that. Also, my leading question, and it has nothing to do with this. I'm gonna be quiet for like 10 seconds, not even 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Tell me, can you hear like a fan noise out in the distance? I don't think you can, because I can barely hear it. I so you would chat know that this had happened in between me earlier playing and then me making food, playing something unrelated to Umineko, and then making food now during the break, and then coming back here. Ian says no. Great. Okay, so I had bought on the internet this week, and it delivered today. Experimental bathroom cleaner that I wanted to buy. Like, I forgot what it was called, but this is like the weird lead up to a weird story. But like, experimental, like, super powerful bathroom cleaner. And for some reason it came today, and I was like, you know what? In between making food before Umineko, I'm just gonna test it out on certain parts of my bathroom. But the description and reviews of this product say that it was like super harsh smell and like using a well ventilated. But like, my bathroom's not well ventilated. But so even spending like 5 seconds in the bathroom, I started to get like, I was like wearing stuff and it still was getting to me, like the fumes. So I started getting like lightheaded, and I'm just spraying shit everywhere because I'm just trying to test it out on things. And then it's like, and so I'm in there and I'm spraying things, and the smell is pretty chemically. But like, extremely long story short is I've got the fan going off in the bathroom, and I just want to make sure that like that's not being picked up on like mic. I just need to stay as far away from my bathroom, probably for as much as I can for tonight. after what I did, like I said, it's in between like 2 hours. So in the last 2 hours from when I was playing Thirsty Suitors earlier today to now, I was running around like a chicken with a head cut off. I was making food, and then I'm like spraying this bathroom thing that's like experimental, heavy duty, like stuff. Yeah, I basically ordered bathroom cleaner off the dark web because I don't know. Have you ever just wanted to buy like some really powerful cleaner just to see what it could do? And you're just like, man, let me just see what happens when I spray this on some things. No? Just me? Nah, man. It's like one of those satisfying things. You're like, oh man, I could just like, let me just see what happens when I just spray this on things. And I was being careful. I was making sure I didn't like get any on like my skin, because apparently that's like a bad thing too. But like, yeah. I was taking precautions. It's just it's very strong. So, like I said, yeah, that was my like last 2 hours amongst trying to eat and make food and stuff. Links to the power washer. No, I was making sure I didn't touch me or anything. Dude, that's what I looked like, cuz I was like I said, I was wearing like a mask thing, and I put like my, like, I was doing like this with my shirt, like even over like the bottom half of my face on top of that and everything. Like, I was trying to make sure like I had as many things as I could. And it was like within a few seconds of like spraying this thing, I was just like, and so I'm like running the fan, and I'm like, it's just the smell. Yeah, it was doing things. Just killing my brain cells on a Saturday night. But I'm alive. I'm reading Umineko, so it's all fine. Neighbors might want... Can it, like, go... could it, possibly? It's whatever. I don't really care much for my neighbors, so it's all good. So, let's see, where were we? We were still just continuing, all they need is one open flame. One open flame and this whole apartment is gone. I don't know. Okay, apparently chat doesn't agree with me, but I think just like when I started looking into like super powerful like spray cleaner thing, it was like tantalizing. It was like, holy shit, like that's exciting. I was like, man, Super powerful, like, spray cleaner? That sounds exciting. Shannon was starting the long wait for Battler. Yes! Okay, Shannon. Yes, Shannon kept going like, okay, he'll come back next year, he'll come back next year. I think the other wait staff was, like, assisting and trying to make her feel better. Being like, oh, no, he's just, you know, having problems. It's fine. He'll definitely come next year, which I think only makes things worse. We're still getting overarching. This is, like, the story of the third Beatrice, I think is the way to say this. I think that was it. That was really a lot of last stream. It was just, like, disappointment after disappointment of Battler not showing up. As we know, hindsight, Battler didn't show up for what, 6 years or so to the family conference, I think is the number. And I say this half jokingly. If you just hear a loud thud and my head go down, just assume that it was the fumes. The fumes had actually gotten to my head. And if at the very least, it'll make good, the word I hate to say, but content. Just a large thud. Just if I say, if I have one too many reading mistakes, if I slur my words even more than usual I do on these streams, then you know something's up. You know. I'm dying. I'm dying of laughter at the thought of me just massively. It's funny recounting it here as I'm sitting here at my desk, but imagine me in the moment. In the moment, I was like, maybe I've gone in too deep. Maybe I've done a little too much right now, and I'm in the bathroom like spraying stuff. This is how you know it's just I'm too good at putting myself in bad situations. Oh my god. This also just reminds me of that one night back on campus, during the Texas State days, where I'm pretty sure I concussed myself and was out for a little while, and then woke up like some little amount of time later, because Colton was gone for the weekend. And I was like with like around like some papers that were like that I must have like dropped or something that came from my desk in that little tiny room. I'm all hot and bothered because I'm laughing too much. This is why I should not be having so much fun on stream. This needs to be a serious stream. Serious streams only. Okay. Seriously. What was happening prior to this? Was it dots? I think we ended on like a chapter thing, so me going backwards isn't gonna really do much for us, is it? Let me adjust the mic. Okay. Alright, we're serious? Everyone serious? Umineko time. Here we go, seriously. Wait, did we get like a 1 year later type thing? Did we get like a time skip? I think that's what we had gotten. We got like a title thing that said 1 year later, I think. I just vaguely remember that because I was getting together like the last part or something. Okay, cool. Seriously, why do you guys turn into total morons when they get together? This is probably 1982 or 81. Oh shit. What's the year Taylor Swift was born or whatever? 89? Oh no, I'm gonna lose my Taylor Swift fan base. Isn't it the album 89? Whatever. Jessica's room is filled with laughter. It was one hell of a reality check.
ちょっと大人びててかっこいいかなって思った人がさ、
I thought this guy was a bit cool, a bit adult-like.
クラスの男どもで群れてる時にゲビた話して下品な声で笑ってるの見ちゃうとさ。
And then I see him with some of the other guys in our class, talking about dirty stuff with this creepy laugh.
確かに男同士でいる時の男の方ってすごい子供っぽいですものね。
It's true that boys always act like little kids when they're together.
まあそれを言ったら女も同じようなもんですけど。
Well, it's not like girls are any different. Ah haha, me and my girlies laughing. The fun chat between girls continued without end. Tonight, Kraus and Natsui were out late at a meeting on Nijima. Most of the time, Natsui was always watching, so Jessica would always make sure to be curt with the young servants. But when Natsui wasn't around, Jessica never did that. She had invited the servants of similar age to her room, and they were chatting away noisily. At that age, everyone wants to know about love. Oh, the one other thing, I'm sorry, I really hate to interrupt. The very serious Umineko thing. The one other thing I'll say about the cleaner stuff is, so I bought it and it came in like a box. And it was like a box containing 2 like squeeze bottle things, you know, like spray bottle things. But like the way they had it disassembled was that, and I learned later, is that like obviously the actual spray screw thing is like separate in the box, both of them. And then like they had like plastic, you know, they had a cap and then the plastic whole thing that you normally think would like you would peel back. But apparently I was trying to peel it back, and no, you're just supposed to like puncture it like a Capri Sun pouch. But that's not the part I want to get mad about. No, I opened the box and both bottles are like wet, but they're in like a plastic bag as well. But they're like wet as if there was like a leak or something. And I was like, shit, it's already kind of like on my, like, I don't know if it was like cleaner condensation or something, but it was on my hands as I'm like trying to just open the thing. I'm like, I can't believe that this thing that I'm not supposed to touch is like already just like moist in the bag, like as if as if it was like, I don't know, it was being transferred or like brought to my apartment. But I'm like, why is it like this? Like why is the bag like moist and wet with assumingly like condensation from this cleaner? That's the other thing that annoyed me about it all. Alright, at that age, everyone wants to know about love. Thanks to the rigid and constructing way Jessica had been brought up, she enjoyed talking about it all the more.
お嬢様だって素敵だし、お年頃だし。
But you're pretty incredible, milady, and you're that age.
気になる男の子がいらっしゃるんじゃないですか?
Aren't there any boys you're interested in?
恋はしてえけど、気になる男子ってなかなかな。
Well, I'd like to fall in love, but there really aren't any good ones around.
お嬢様はもっと恋に積極的でもいいと思うんです。
I think you should be a bit more proactive about it.
余裕ぶってられるのも今のうちですよ。
You can act all relaxed now, but that's not gonna last long, okay?
友人の誰かが付き合いだしたなんてことになったら急に世界がひっくり返りますよ。
Once one of your friends starts going out with someone, it'll turn your world upside down.
そんなわけねえじゃん。
There's no way that'll happen.
私の友達に裏切り者はいねえぜ。
None of my friends are traitors.
多分。
I think.
ああ、ダメダメ。
No.
女の友情で一番信用ができないのが恋の出し抜きです。
The outbreak of love is the one time you can't rely on friendship between girls.
お嬢様だって素敵な人と知り合ったら絶対友人なんて裏切って付き合っちゃいますって。
If you met someone you liked, you'd betray your friends and go out with the guy without a second thought, wouldn't you?
シャノンはどうなんだよ。
What about you, Shannon?
私ばっかりでずるいぜ。シャノンも話せよ。
It's not fair I'm the only one who has to talk.
私はそういう方が身近におりませんし。
I don't have anyone like that around. Not around. He's far, far away. And like Aura, Orihime. Oh, it's this reference again. Orihime Hikiboshi. I don't get to see him very often. In fact, I don't even know when I'll be able to see him again. However, I believe that he'll come for me someday. I believe it. This makes maybe because of how like into like dumb like drama like relationship drama and gossipy kind of stuff I am into, but I'm very curious when the pivot to George happens. I'm curious what the backstory to that is. I think we touched upon it last stream, just like, oh man, this is kind of a bummer that, you know, eventually what seems to happen is that she pivots to George, or George pivots to her, or a combination of both, however you want to say. But like, when? when is that seed placed? Is it super early? Or is it just like, Alright, don't you betray me, okay, Shannon? If we get boyfriends, we'll get them together, you got that? Right? Right? We promised, right? Well, you might not believe it. But it's not at all rare for girls, just like Shan, to get a head start. Well, I think we remember Jordan Shannon's relationship starting around 2 years before the game. So like 84. Okay. Interesting. Is that around the time? Am I just imagining? I mean, obviously I remember in, I think it was, God, episode 2, back when we had them at the aquarium, I think. There was that whole scene. Man, simpler times. Simpler times. Shannon, confess! You aren't going out with anyone, are you? You aren't, right? The aquarium was probably the same year as the main game. Oh, just earlier in the year. Okay. Okay. Makes sense, then. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I think there was maybe even clues to that being the same year, then. I'm not. Really. Really? Really? We'll get boyfriends together, okay? No matter what happens, okay? Oh no. Oh no. Does Shannon like pivot to George? Because Jessica starts going after fucking Cannon? And then she thinks back to this conversation. And she's like, oh, I can't just keep waiting for Battler. Anyone who lies has to eat porcupine fish. Yes. I promise. Now there's the face of a liar. I'm willing to bet Shan beats everyone else in this room. I can tell. Oh, okay. Then never mind to that theory I said. It's always the quiet ones that go first. Shannon, how could you? Confess! Confess! Please stop, lady. That tickles. Oh. And so, another Sunday afternoon passed by. I worked my way out of the fight and looked up at the sky through the window. Is Battler-san happy chatting away with his friends somewhere right now, just like I am? As I think of you like this, are you thinking of me? But if I ask that, it's the same as admitting that I don't trust you. I'll wait. And, when you do come for me, I'll announce then and there that I'm quitting my job. I've already prepared myself to do so. This is so fucking tragic to read. But, you haven't come yet. That isn't because you won't come, but because I'm not determined enough yet, right? It's because I haven't clearly envisioned a future with you, right? I'll wait, no matter how long, until you come for me, riding a white horse. I will always treasure our promise. The promise of our precious resolve.
男と約束なんかしちゃダメです。
Never make a promise with a guy.
当てになりませんって。
You can't count on them. Thinking that she had read my mind, I spun around. Of course, she hadn't, but...
やっぱその辺さ。
Well, for stuff like that...
男と女で価値観ってかなり違うと思うんだよ。
I think you guys and girls have different ideas of what's important.
違います違います。全然違いますって。
No, that's not it. You've got it all wrong.
基本的に女の子は夢見がちで、男は何も考えてなくて適当って感じです。
On the whole, girls tend to be dreamers and guys just do stuff without thinking.
異性同士で心を通わせるってやっぱ無理なのかな。
I guess understanding between the sexes is pretty much impossible after all.
相当難しいと思いますね。
At least, I think it's pretty hard.
女はすぐに相手のことが分かったような気になっちゃう悪癖がありますから。
Girls often have the bad habit of thinking they know exactly what the guy is thinking right away.
男の言う特に深い意味のない言葉にいちいち何かを感じてしまって。
They search for hidden meanings behind words that guys say for no reason in particular.
勝手に勘違いしちゃうって結構ありますから。
And just get the wrong idea.
ああ、いるいるそういう子。
Yeah, I've known girls like that.
はために見て、どう見ても大したこと言われてないのに、一方的に彼は私に気があるとか言っちゃってる子。
Those girls who hear something that anyone could tell them was trivial, but think it means the guy is totally into them.
いるいるいるいる。
Yeah, I see it all the time.
女の一方的な勘違いって痛々しいですもんね。
It's a bit sad when a girl gets the wrong idea for no reason. Ha 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 ha. The pair of them laugh together. Shan just starts crying and runs out of the room. When a girl gets the wrong idea, could that be me? No, that can't be. After all, Battler-san clearly made a promise. He said he'd come for me riding White Horse. I mustn't doubt. I'm sure this conversation I'm hearing is just another one of God's trials. So, I won't listen. I won't care about it.
勝手に心が通じたとか思っちゃう。痛い女の子にだけはなりたくねえぜ。
If there's one thing that I never want to be, it's one of those poor girls who thinks there's a guy's heart is linked to hers for no reason. I need Shannon to punch one of these people. Those demonic sneers tormented me and tried to lead me astray. I'm sure I'll come to the next family conference. But Battler-san didn't appear at the 1982 conference either. Bit by bit, things were changing from the way they'd been at the last family conference he'd come to. Everyone had gotten completely used to Kairi-sama, Rudolph-sama's new wife, and she came down off the boat with familiar stride. Her daughter, Angie-sama, was growing well, and all the family focused their attention on her. Even Maria-sama, though she was still tiny, was already 5 years old. She was full of energy, and old enough to enjoy playing with George-sama. Jessica-sama and George-sama had already stopped talking about Battler-san's absence. It was the same with the other relatives, too. No one touched on the subject, as though they had forgotten that Battler-san was missing. Maria-sama had only been 3 when she'd last seen Battler-san. It was doubtful whether she even remembered him. In just 2 years, all trace of your existence has been erased from the Ishimiya family conference. That made me sad. And so?
今年もバトラ様はお帰りになられませんでしたね。
So, looks like Battler-san didn't come back this year either.
そうだね。
True.
彼が来なくて寂しいかい？
Feeling a bit lonely?
それはその。
ルドルフおじさんたちも彼の話を切り出さないし。
Uncle Rudolph and Aunt Kairi don't even bring him up anymore.
どうやら僕たちが思ってたよりもずっとバトラ君は本気だったみたいだね。
Looks like Battler-kun was much more serious about it than we thought.
あいつ本気でもう帰ってこねえのかな。
I wonder if he really will stay away forever.
やっぱりあれは巣立ちだったんだよ。
Looks like that was him leaving the nest after all.
彼は新しい人生のステージに向かって羽ばたいていった。
He spread his wings and left for a new stage of life.
そういうことじゃないのかな。
Don't you think so?
無鉄砲のはちゃめちゃなやつだったけど、
He's always been crazy and reckless.
ま、男ってのはそういうもんなのかもしれねえぜ。
Well, what more do you expect from a guy?
彼のことだからね。
Well, we know Badler-kun.
新しい生活もきっと順応して楽しく元気にやっていると思うよ。
I'm sure he's adapted to his new life and is enjoying himself.
だから心配しなくていいと思うよ。
So, I don't think there's any reason to worry. When George-sama said that with a smile, I felt a bit uncertain. What does he mean by there's no reason to worry? I'm sure he's enjoying himself.
バトラのことだから私たちのことなんかケロッと忘れて楽しくやってるんだろうぜ。
This is Battler we're talking about, so you can bet he's forgotten all about us and is having a great time.
うん、きっとそうだよ。
Yeah, I'll bet he is.
そして僕はそれが一番だと思うな。
And I think that's for the best.
バトラ君は自分と家族、そして亡くなったお母さんのことを考えて新しい生き方を自ら選択した。
Thinking for himself, his family, and his late mother, Battler-kun decided on his own to find a new life.
ならその新しい人生にまっすぐに生きてほしいね。
So, I hope he lives that new life to the fullest.
後ろ宮家のことなんて忘れてしまうくらいがちょうどいいよ。
If he forgets about the Ishimiya family, that's just perfect. George-sama smiled at me, as though expecting me to agree. After a moment of shock, I smoothed my expression over and found the expression he was expecting. Is Battler-san living happily? Having forgotten about the family, about me, about our promise? That can't be true. It just can't be. Battler-san must be looking forward to the day of decision just like me. I'm not mistaken about that. He promised me. He said he'd come riding a white horse. I never asked him to say that. He said he'd come for me on the day I resolved myself to live life for his sake. He made that promise himself. For 2 years, I believed that. I've done all I could to make it through God's trials and the whisperings of demons that try to throw me from my path. And yet, the things both George-sama and Jessica-sama are saying are so cruel. Battler-san has forgotten about us and has started a new life? Why are they telling such lies? But that night, I dreamed of Battler-san for the first time in a long while. The Battler-san in my dream wasn't the Battler-san I believed in. It was the Battler-san that George-sama and Jessica-sama had spoken of, the one who had forgotten everything and started a new life. Shows him having a grand old time. Living life. Morning. I woke up with a tear-stained face. The face I saw in the mirror cried, told me I couldn't wait any longer. If I've managed to wait this long, why can't I wait any longer? This is a trial. So, we must believe in him and wait. But the me in the mirror spoke. It was sharper than a fragment of glass. I talk about this promise with him, but did we ever really make such a promise? Wasn't Jessica-sama talking about it? As some girls are dreamers who get the wrong idea? Wasn't George-sama talking about it too? He said that Battler-san had gotten used to his new life and had forgotten about the Yishiromiya family. And by now, he isn't the only one who's forgotten. Unless I ask about it, everyone on this island has forgotten his name. Even Rudolph-sama doesn't say his name anymore. If I weren't here to remember his face, perhaps his existence would have been erased from everyone's hearts. I don't believe it. So, I won't doubt. Battler-san must still remember his promise. We're both waiting for the day of decision. The day we'll be together. Battler-san, I've firmly made up my mind. Does the fact that you're not here mean that, after all, I'm not determined enough? No. It's because you and God are testing me, isn't it? In that case, I will endure. Until that promised day inevitably comes. So, please, Battler-san, I want some proof that you haven't forgotten me. It was the crack I ran across my ceramic-like heart. I had to acknowledge it now. It may be that I'm pretending not to notice something terrifying and sad. Battler-san makes me yearn for him. Battler-san makes me sad. Battler-san makes it hurt. Battler-san. Do you still remember me now? 1 year later. 1983. I'm sure it'll be different this year. It's fine. Unaware. And then came the third family conference since Battler-san left. Oh, not Sag. Sag. Alright, and then it came the third family conference since Battler-san left. If the number of beds is going to increase, we would have been told about that when setting up. The fact that nothing has changed in particular, means that he probably won't be here this year either. Clinging to a final bit of hope, I stood by the docks, watching the boat draw closer.
Yo, Shannon-chan.
Hey, Shannon-chan.
今年もべっぴんだね。
You're looking as pretty as ever.
ほら、エンジェ、
Careful, Angie.
足元に気をつけて。
Watch your step.
いやあシャノン、やっぱり六軒島はいいね。
Hey, Shannon. I really do love Rokenjima.
早くクラウスおじさんもリゾート化すればいいのに。
I can't wait for Uncle Kraus to turn it into a resort.
しなくていいわよ。
There's no need for that.
もったいないわ。
It'd be such a waste.
それもそうね。
You got a point there.
お久しぶりね、シャノンちゃん。
How have you been, Shan-chan?
背、ちょっと伸びたんじゃない？
I think you've gotten a bit taller since last time.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
今年もいい天気や。
And the weather's good again this year.
こうして親族誰一人欠けることなく元気に揃うのは実にめでたいことや。
It's so great having every single member of the family together all nice and cheerful. Battler who? I've never heard of the guy.
それでは皆様、お屋敷にご案内いたします。
Please allow me to guide you to the mansion. So, after all, Battler-san has been so thoroughly forgotten that he might not have existed in the first place. I'm sure that the sadness will show on my face. Not wanting anyone to see it, I turned my back to the family and led the way up to the mansion by myself. Then, suddenly, someone mentioned Battler-san's name, and I jumped.
バトラ君に会ったんですか？
What? You saw Battler-kun?
元気にしてました？
How is he doing?
ええ、
Yeah,
元気だったわ。
he's doing very well.
先日、エンジェを連れてちょっとだけお茶をしてきたの。
I took Angie and had some tea with him the other day. I was surprised. So, Kairi-sama was in touch with Battler-san. According to her, both Battler-san and Rudolph-sama had long since calmed down after their fight, but both were so stubborn that they hadn't found a good chance to make up. And, since Battler-san had gotten used to living with his grandparents and going to school there, and considering that those grandparents might make things even more difficult, going to convince Battler-san to come home wouldn't be easy.
仕方ないわよ。
It's just too bad.
バトラ君よりアスムさんのご両親の方がお怒りだったと思うもの。
I think Asumu-san's parents were even more angry than Battler-kun was.
もうこの喧嘩はバトラ君とルドルフさん2人だけのものじゃなくなってる。
This isn't just an issue between Battler-kun and Rudolph-san anymore.
じゃあ、バトラーはそのうち帰ってくるんですか？
Then will Battler be coming back sometime soon?
ルドルフさんと仲直りはするけれど、後ろ宮家に帰ってくるつもりはないみたい。
He'll make up with Rudolph-san, but it looks like he doesn't intend to return to the Ishimiya family.
仕方ないわ。
Such a shame.
気持ちもわかるもん。
Though I do understand how it feels. Man. You know, back in the previous episodes where there was that, like, moment where, you know, Beatrice was like, remember your sin from many years ago, Battler. And Battler was like, huh? What? What did I do? Dumb. Dumb. Okay. I digress. It was a bit of a relief to hear that some of the bad feeling had died down in those 3 years. If we take Asumu-san's parents Sama's parents into account, it's no surprise that things haven't gone as well as they could. But if Battler-san doesn't hate Rudolph-sama anymore, then Someday, surely he'll come back. He'll have grown so much. My resolve will not waver anymore. For some nights these past 3 years, I felt sad and resentful. But now, it feels as though those 3 years were something I needed. After all, the seeds of love, the faint feelings I once had for you, have budded powerfully, waiting for the day they will be reunited. Honestly, bless Shannon right here, because she is just... what's the phrase? Absence makes the fawn grow harder. She is just living that so hardcore. If anything, Battler is just making the love grow between them, and nothing bad will happen. This is how honest my feelings for you are now. I love you. I want to see you again as soon as I can. Until that time, I'll keep that bud of love warm and grow. I'll keep that bud of love warm and growing for you. I won't doubt the coming of that day anymore. Just as I think of you under the same sky, I believe that you are thinking of me. I'm sure this news about him is a sign that God is cheering me on. So, I ask God one more time, inside my heart. Since my feelings for Battlerson have not wavered for a day these past 3 years, let me know what he feels. Let me know that he feels the same way. I know that asking for that is a sin. However, now that we've reached a 3-year turning point, I want some gift from God, any gift, to show that I have not waited in vain. That is what I prayed.
そうだ。
Oh, that's right.
バトラ君とみんなもずいぶん長く会ってないでしょ？
It's been so long since Battler-kun last saw you, all right?
みんなも寂しがってるだろうから手紙を書きなさいって言って
I thought you might be feeling lonely, so I told him to write you letters.
書かせてきたのよ。
Here they are. Oh my god, it's the sign. God, it's a god. It's a sign from God, Sayo. Huh? Did God really hear my prayers? I felt as though my heart was going to leap out of my chest. Oh my god. Okay, let's imagine the worst. Battler writes a letter for everyone but Shannon. Kairi starts handing out the letters to everyone, and then she stops at Sayo, and then just like, and then moves on. Even like Goda gets one. I felt as though my heart was going to leap out of my chest.
バトラからの手紙？
A letter from Battler?
へえ。
Awesome.
あいつ何を書いたんだろう。
What'd he write?
彼の近況でも書かれてるのかな。
Did he say anything about how he's been doing lately?
楽しみだね。
I can't wait to read it. I think Goda might not be employed here yet, which would make it even funnier, right? there's a letter addressed to Goda, and he's not even a character yet. Kairi-sama pulled a brown envelope out of her bag and handed it to George-sama. Just one? When George-sama opened it, several folded letters came out.
これは僕宛てみたいだね。
Looks like this one's addressed to me.
一枚一枚宛先が違うみたいだ。
They all have different names on them.
はい、こっちはジェシカちゃん。
Here, this one's yours, Jessica-chan.
Thank you.
Thanks.
これはマリアちゃんにだって。
And this one's for Maria-chan.
読めるかな。
Can she read yet?
後で読んで聞かせるわ。
I'll read it to her later.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
エンジェちゃん宛てもあるよ。
There's even one for Angie-chan.
さすがにまだ読めないよね。
Now, of course, she can't read.
読めるようになったら渡すことにするわ。
I'll give it to her when she does learn.
こっちは元気で楽しくやってるぜ。だってさ。
He says he's doing great and having a blast.
ならよかったぜ。
Good for him. Oh no. Don't fucking tell. No way, dude. No fucking way, dude.
それで
Is that
全部ですか？
all of them?
うん。
Oh, the 3-letter word you would not want to see. Anything but this. Oh my god, I'm so upset. Yup.
これで全部みたいだね。
Looks like that's all of them.
ありがとう。
Thanks a lot. George Sama handed me the empty envelope. No way! No way did he just hand her the empty envelope, being like, oh, thanks. Here, you can throw this away now. George Sama handed me the empty envelope. Apparently, he thanked me because he thought I was offering to throw it away for him. No way! Oh. And clearly, there was nothing inside it. Hey, Shannon, this is why God isn't real. There was no letter for me.
おやおや。
Whoa.
文面を見る限り、バトラ君は随分元気に過ごしてるみたいだね。
The more I read, the more fun it looks like Battler-kun's been having.
毎日が充実してるってさ。
Living every day to the fullest.
私の方にもそう書いてある。
That's what it looks like in mine, too.
楽しく過ごせてるなら、そりゃ結構なことだぜ。
If he's happy, then I guess that's what counts. Giggle.
バトラ君たらひどいわね。
That's so mean of Battler-kun.
キリエさんに手紙を書けと促されるまで、私たちのことを忘れてたそうよ。
Sounds like he forgot about us until you told him to write those letters, Kairi-san.
バトラ君らしいでしょ。
Well, you know what he's like.
ずいぶん生活が充実してたみたい。
Sounds like he's living life to the fullest.
学校では女の子にモテモテみたいよ。
And I hear he's popular with the ladies at school, too.
へえ、
Wow.
それはすごいね。
That's incredible.
バトラは変に気ざったらしくて笑えるとこがあるから、そういうの好きな子もいるだろうな。
There should be plenty of girls who like those hilarious melodramatic lines of his.
納得だぜ。
Makes sense to me.
後ろ宮家へ帰ってくるつもりはないのかしらね。
I wonder if he really does plan not to return to the Ishimiya family.
ないみたいだね。
It looks like it.
僕の方に六軒島に行くことはもうないだろうって書いてあるよ。
In mine, says he doesn't think he'll return to Rokenjima again. Oh. I knew that all these letters were trials from God. The fact that there was no letter for me, and the fact that he was enjoying life and had forgotten about Rokenjima, were just more trials. He is... God is... testing me. The fact that there was no letter for me alone is proof of that. That's what I would want to think. But now it's just too much. It might have been an important promise to you, but it looks like it wasn't for Battler.
そんな。
No way.
それじゃ迎えに来るという約束は。
Then that promise about him coming for you was...
夢見がちな私の錯覚か。
I was a dreamer. It was just an illusion I created.
バトラにとってはちょっとしたカッコつけただけの意味のない言葉だったのかもな。
To Battler, they were probably just meaningless words to make him sound cool. To anyone but her, it would have been such a funny story to hear. That promise with Battler might have been an illusion the whole time. In the first place, we don't know if they both felt the same way about each other at all. Love is an illusion. However, both sides are seeing the same illusion that love becomes true. However, when the feelings of each side are different, that's nothing more than a joke.
これがバトラの罪だ。
This is Battler's sin.
約束と誤解させたこと。
Making Shannon think that it was a promise.
違う。
Wrong. Huh?
それを覚えてさえいなかったことだ。
He said he didn't even remember.
破った約束ならなじることもできる。
If he simply broke his promise, I could have taken him to task for it.
悔いることもあるいは取り返すことも
I could have regretted my mistake, or I could have won him back.
でも覚えてさえいないことは
However,
誰も問い詰めることができません
however, you can't question someone about something they don't even remember.
バトラさんを憎むことなどできません
I am unable to hate Badler-san.
バトラさんは約束を破ってさえいないのですから
After all, Badler-san didn't even break his promise.
ただ初めから約束などなかった
There just wasn't any promise to start with.
ただただ悲しいだけの
It
滑
was...
稽な
It was
物
nothing...
語
It was nothing more than a sad joke. Damn. I kept on crying and crying. I dug my fingernails into my pillow, soaking it with my tears. How much easier it would be to hate something. But I can't hate anything. I just couldn't get over my miserable arrogance, which had led me to believe for 3 whole years that he felt the same as I did.
わらわのせいだ
I'm to blame for this.
わらわが無責任にもバトラが約束してくれたかのようにそなたに吹聴してしまったのだ
My irresponsible words led you to believe that Badler made a promise.
いいえ
No,
誰も悪くないんです
this isn't anyone's fault.
私が彼の気持ちも私と同じだと決めつけてしまったから
It's all because I assumed that he felt the same way I did.
約束こそバトラはしなかった
Badler made no promise.
しかしバトラの気持ちは決していい加減なものではなかったはず
And yet, his feelings were surely sincere.
そなたのそれに比べれば確かに多少の温度差はあろう
Though there might have been a difference in degree when compared to yours.
しかしそなたのことを好いていたのは間違いない
It is true that he liked you.
それだけは間違いない
Of that, there can be no doubt.
もうやめてください
Please, just stop it.
私が好きなように彼も私を好きだと何の疑いもなく信じてきました
I believe that he liked me the way I liked him, without ever doubting that.
慰めないでくださ
Please don't try to cheer me up.
いむしろ嘲笑ってください
I'd rather that you mocked me. Before I knew it, a dull, inescapable pain had pierced my chest. When I pressed my hand against my chest, I realized what the pain was. It was the bud of love, whose seeds I had sown and nurtured in my heart. Its roots had spread all the way across my chest, tormenting me like a metal wire wrapped around my heart. They looked less like roots, and more like fissures running through my heart. I can only hold back the pain by tearing out the root of love. But no matter how much I scratch at it, I'm only scratching at my chest. The root of love doesn't move at all. If I started hating Badler-san without any lingering interest or regrets, I'd be able to pull this root out easily. Once I did, it would probably leave a hole behind, but at least it wouldn't hurt me anymore. As corny as I'm gonna sound by saying this, I really like the visual aspect of describing a certain kind of pain that you have within you, especially like a pain from love, false love, you could say. I just love how the visually is being described here. But I can't pull it out. Even though it hurts so much, these roots of love are still stuck in my heart. Shannon.
私
Even now,
バトラさんのことが
I
大好きです
love Badler-san.
会いたいです
Yeah. I want to see him.
帰ってきてほしいです
I want him to come back.
いつかきっと帰ってくると信じて
I believe he'll come back someday. And also, it goes back to, like, something we had brought up in the past, right? About how, like, it seemed very problematic. Even when we were just talking about it in the context of George and her together, and how we, theorized about how hardly she was latching onto that potential relationship because she was like almost kind of seeing it as a way out. I'm sure when you're younger and she was in the situation she was in as a kid, kind of like growing up and being in this weird family kind of situation and everything, and then you have like this young love between her and Battler Sprout, because he seems like, yeah, I'm gonna come back and I love you and we're gonna whisk away and we're gonna live a life together and yada yada yada, and then like it's just hard. It's hard because like, can you really fault her? I mean, you get that kind of like, like it's saying here, like that promise in her eyes that was going to be a thing, and that was her life was going to massively and dramatically change for the better, and yet it's just falling apart. I want him to come back. I believe he'll come back someday. And I want to wait for him. But right now, it's just too much. As I sobbed, the tightness in my chest grew even stronger. As long as I like Battler-san, that pain will always continue. Because I like him, I want to hold on to that pain forever. But it was written right there in the letters for George-sama and the others. Battler doesn't plan on returning to the Ishimiya family. He's forgotten about me and Rokenjima, and has started a new life with a different name. I must wait for him for all eternity, despite how painful, aching, excruciating this is. Is this another trial? Is God telling me? To wait for him forever? It's like that whole concept of like, oh no, if only I could be getting a sign from God. And then God says, I've been giving you a sign the whole time, you're just misinterpreting it. He can't like scream any louder at her. It's like, I can't do that. I want to be with Battler-san. But if this is the trial, that I must go through for that, then it's just, oh no, it's like the ultimate worst form of like sunken cost fallacy. Too painful. Beatrice hung her head in shame. If she hadn't encouraged Shannon so much, probably wouldn't have been this painful. Shannon may have been the one to sow the seed of love in her heart. However, Beatrice had irresponsibly watered it and told Shannon not to give up. Beatrice scratched at her chest, trying to share Shannon's pain. This is my fault, Beatrice mumbled to herself. What's your fault? For 3 years, I tortured you with the illusion of a promise that never happened. If I had not nourished the bud of love within you, you would not have suffered so. Shannon. This may sound harsh, but listen. What is it?
バトラを
Forget
忘れよ
forget Battler.
恋の目など元よりなかったのだ
There was no bud of love in the first place.
いいえ
No,
これは私の育んだ恋の目
I'm the one who nourished it.
どんなに辛くとも忘れることなどありません
No matter how painful it is, I can't forget it.
しかしその痛みにもう耐えることはできないのであろう
But you cannot bear that pain any longer, can you? Wordlessly, Shannon held her chest and hung her head. I love Battler. That feeling burns inside me, so that I still cannot let it go no matter how much it hurts. And I've spent 3 years pretending that I didn't feel that pain. Now, I know that I feel it. And since I know, I can't bear it.
バトラへの恋の目を捨てることはできぬか
So, you cannot throw away your bud of love for Battler?
はい
Yes.
だがそのままでは
However, at this rate, the bud,
その目は根はそなたを殺してしまう
the root will kill you.
人は宇宙を持たねば生きられぬ
People need a universe to survive.
そして宇宙は一人では生み出せぬ
And one person cannot create that universe alone.
二人いるのだ
Two are needed.
宇宙
A universe?
そなたは恋の目という宇宙をバトラと二人で生み出した
Together with Battler, you created the universe of that bud of love.
その片方が欠けたからそなたの宇宙が壊れたのだ
Now that one half of that pair is gone, your universe has crumbled.
人は宇宙は一人では何も成し得ぬのだ
People cannot complete a universe on their own.
でも
However,
私の宇宙を生み出すもう一人の
Battler-san, the other person who creates my universe,
バトラさんは帰ってきません
won't come back.
ならばバトラ以外のものと新しい宇宙を生み出すしかない
Then you must create a new universe with someone else.
バトラさん以外の誰かと生み出すというのですか
You mean create one with someone other than Battler-san?
その誰かをわらわが与えよう
I will give you such a person.
誰かって何ですか
Which person?
そなたの心を傷を埋め癒してくれる存在だ
A creature to bury the pain in your heart and heal you.
そやつはそなたを裏切らぬ
He will not betray you,
嘘
because he's a fucking
そなた
incel.
の新しい兄弟だ
Yes, let it be a sibling.
そなたに
Oh! I will give you a little brother.
弟
A little brother?
福音の家で仲の良かった実の弟のように可愛がって
I was so ready to start shit talking George. Just the near thought of George, I was bringing up all my. A boy you have always been close to at the Fukuin house, whom you love as if he were your real brother.
そういう存在をそなたに与えよう
She's just like, thanks, I guess. That I shall give to you.
そやつはそなたと二人で新たな宇宙を築くだろう
She's like, I guess this is a consolation prize. Together with him, you'll create a new universe.
その弟がバトラさんへの恋の痛みを
That's a
忘れ
good
させ
point.
てくれるのですか
Will that little brother make me forget about the pain of my love for Battler-san?
そうだ
Correct.
そなたには宇宙が必要だ
You need a universe.
で ではこの胸の恋の目は
Then what'll happen?
どうするのですか？
To the bud of love in my heart.
私のバトラさんへの気持ちは変わりません。
My feelings for Battler-san won't change.
枯れさせることなどできません。
I can't make them wither.
わらわが
I
そ
shall.
の目を
I shall.
代わりに引き受けよう。
Accept that bud and those roots in your place.
あなたが
You will?
そなたは恋の痛みを忘れ、新しい宇宙を作り直すことができる。
You can forget the pain of love and create a new universe.
恋の目は わらわが代わって引き受ける。
I will accept the bud of love in your place.
わらわは痛みをも引き継ぐことになるが、
It means
わ
that
らわの持たぬ唯一の元素、
it means that I will accept the pain as well.
恋を知ることができる。
But I will learn of the single element I do not possess, love. Beatrice wanted to know love. She wanted to feel what Shannon had felt in the world of humans.
もし
And
バトラが帰ってくる日が訪れた時、
if Battler ever does return,
まだこの目が枯れずにいて、そなたが望んだなら、
if the bud still has not withered and you still desire it,
この目をそなたに返そう。
I shall return it to you.
それならばどうか。
What do you think of that? Shen's like, I don't think Battler's really worth it that much. You can kind of keep it. Even if he came back. Fuck him. He's not that special. Still hanging her head, Shannon gave a small nod but said nothing. It would mean release from this unbearable pain. And it would mean giving the bud of love to the witch, to hold in her place. Shannon spread the hands that she had held to her chest. As she did, a faint light popped out of her chest and floated in the air, gradually swallowing everything within it with its brightness. As the brilliant light began to fade away, Shannon and Beatrice, still facing each other, were now inside a vast, starry sphere like a planetarium. They were the only ones in this pitch-black starry sea. Shannon felt as though she'd seen this place once before, but she couldn't remember. Then, I made another announcement.
世界を変更。
Modify this world.
恋の目をシャノンからベアトリーチェに。
Let the bud of love travel from Shannon to Beatrice. This way, Shannon won't be tormented by the bud of love anymore. And, furthermore, she'll be given a little brother with whom she can create a new universe. The design for the little brother will be a younger boy at the Fukuyun house, with whom Shannon was close. For a name, let there be that character, as the Fukuyun house rules state. Yeah, I've decided. That's a perfect name to go with Shannon's. A story canon reason for why their names are so close. Shannon canon. He'll be a quiet, reticent boy. He'll come to Rokenjima as a new servant. There, he'll open his heart to Shannon. As a duty-minded boy who loves Shannon like a big sister, he'll always be there for her. Yeah, I know. I'm mostly just joking around the fact, it's like Shannon canon. Shannon. But yeah, I know all the other servants had that kind of thing, name quality thing going with them. Let's have him be a special servant like Genji, who is permitted to serve Kinzo directly. Yeah, that sounds kind of cool. Then, Beatrice. From now on, you will carry the bud of love. In other words, the role of being infatuated with Battler and waiting for his return will go to you. You are still the witch who reigns over Rokenjima's night. You have also been waiting for Ishumiya Battler ever since that day 3 years ago. Along with this change in setting, I'll give you a new form as well. He did tell us what his ideal woman would look like once, remember? Oh boy. A woman with a good figure and long golden hair like a foreign model. Golden hair, long hair, a good figure. Yeah. Oh my god, it's like that Disney Channel original movie. What was it called? Fuck, the one that... the one we watched like a year ago or something. Not Smart House. No, the one with the fuck, I can't remember it. Pixel Perfect. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for remembering, because I remember you not being there to watch it. It was like a fever dream of a movie I remembered and then watched with just a couple others. A good figure. Yeah. Something like that. That's what the new Beatrice will look like. Smart House. The Luck of the Irish. That Disney Channel original movie. Twins. Come now, hold that bud of love in your heart as you wait for Battler. This way, you will learn of love in exchange for earning pain. Yes, this will be the setting for my new world. For Shannon, a new servant like a little brother will come. He will be a silent, reticent boy, a duty-minded kid who loves Shannon as a sister. And the bud of love that has tortured Shannon will go to the witch, Beatrice. God, this is that meme where it's like, I get a new brother I love to death in exchange for all of your pain and trauma. Sounds like a good trade. And the bud of love that has tortured Shannon will go to the witch, Beatrice. She'll just be holding on to the bud of love for the time being. However, while she holds on to it, she'll be a maiden in love with Battler. For that time, you'll be able to learn what love is. Holy die. Come, let the world be modified. Oh, I am one, yet many. Awaken us, and stretch your wings in this new world. Pish posh, easy. Slowly, I opened my eyes to the gentle rays of the morning sun. How long has it been since I last saw such a pleasant morning? The face in my mirror is tear-stained and pathetic. However, my heart is as clear as the morning sun. I could still clearly remember that strange dream. However, I can feel myself forgetting it rapidly. The place I was in my dreams had such a strange place. Had been such a strange place. A peaceful, calm place. There, I left behind the pain I'd carried in my chest until yesterday. So this morning, my heart was at peace.
Ohayo, watashi.
Good morning, me. My tear-stained face really is pathetic. However, my expression is bright and cheery. Even now, I like Battler-san. But for some reason, I've calmed down. It feels like I put something precious safely away in the place it belongs. Battler-san, when will you come back, I wonder? When you do, I'd like to talk about mystery novels again. Oh, I almost forgot. A new boy servant will be coming today, right? One of the rare servants who will serve the master directly. What kind of kid will he be? I hope we get along well. What was his name again? Pretty sure it was, Mm-hmm. One year later. Now she's free to pivot to George. Now we can fall back on George. Men in work clothes were spreading a tarp over a section of the hall. From the way they measured the wall and set out tools, it could be seen that they were planning some sort of construction project. This is of the utmost importance to the master. Oh, I wonder what they're doing. Be sure that you do not damage it. The president of the construction company nodded his head several times to show that he understood. Then, 6 young workers carried in a large rectangular object wrapped in a white sheet. Okay, careful there. Set her down gently. I said gently. Is this a spot? Great. Let's get started. Apparently they were putting something large onto the wall of the wall of the hall. Wall. He plans to hang that thing there? That's what he wants. After all, this mansion is little more than one of Father's toys. Natsui took a deep breath. Though this was a whim of Kinzo's, a man she greatly respected, she seemed to resist the idea of hanging it right here in the entrance hall, face of the mansion. When the white sheet was pulled off, a Western woman wearing a beautiful dress came into view. It was a massive portrait of a woman. Is it proceeding well? Yes. They will be finished by this evening. I would like to see it hanging there for all to see as soon as possible. I want you overseeing this, my friend. Leave it to me. Father, it seems a splendid portrait. Indeed. Quite exceptional quality. I am satisfied. This is your benefactor, the woman who gave you the gold, right? Indeed. If I had not met Beatrice, I would not be here, nor would the Ishirumiya family, nor would, of course, this mansion. It's only natural that her portrait is displayed in the best possible location. Now that he had said it this bluntly, there would be no contradicting him. Krasnatsui could only shrug. Master, the epitaph plate is here. Would you please check to see that all is in order? Indeed. Each and every word must be correct. Epitaph? Krasnatsui crooked their heads and followed Kinzo. The leader of the workers set down a plate wrapped in a sheet. The others thought that the picture's name and description might be on it, but it seems to have quite a lot of words for that. Father, what is this? Behold. The Sweetfish River running through my hometown? Oh shit, we got an update noise. It's gonna be of the Sweetfish, right? Just a picture of a Sweetfish. Is it this? Oh. Wait, no. What was that? What was the noise? Huh? Was it that? Where am I going? Where are we heading? Well, yeah, I'm not insane though. I heard, but it wasn't just me who heard the noise, right? This was already here, right? This was that. Maybe Kinzo? I'm like fervently clicking. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's a picture of a fish. It's gotta be. Somewhere. He's somewhere. Sweet fish.
好きに読み好きに解釈するがよい。
Read and interpret it as you like.
いよいよ碑文と肖像画の登場か。
So, you finally reached the appearance of the epitaph in the portrait.
碑文というものが私にはよくわかりません。
I don't know much about this epitaph.
私の世界にはないものですから。
It doesn't exist in my world.
だろうな。
Probably not.
お前の世界にはお前という明白な跡継ぎがいるからな。
In your world, there's already a clear successor. You.
しかしこの世界にはいない。
But not in this world.
それはつまり、この碑文はやはりおじい様が後継者を選ぶために設けたと。
In other words, this epitaph was set up to choose grandfather's successor after all?
おそらくはな。
Most likely.
あるいは奇跡を信じたのかもしれない。
Or he might have wanted to believe in the chance of a miracle. A difficult riddle, made so that no one would be able to solve it. If someone actually could solve it, they themselves would be a miracle. Perhaps that miracle would guide the person Kinzo most wanted to solve it.
つまりこの碑文はやはり誰もが想像するように魔女ベアトリーチェを復活させる儀式を記したものなのですか。
In short, this epitaph really does depict a ceremony to revive the witch, Beatrice, just as everyone thought.
普通に考えればこれはそう読み取れるでしょう。
That does seem to be the obvious interpretation.
13人の生贄を捧げれば魔女が蘇ると読み取れる謎の儀式。
A mysterious ceremony, sacrificing 13 people to revive the witch.
しかし本当の儀式はそれではない。
However, the true ceremony wasn't that.
奇跡的に解ける誰かを待つ。
It lies in wait for someone to miraculously solve it.
そちらこそが本当の儀式。
That is the true ceremony.
しかし運命とは皮肉なもの。
However, fate does have its irony.
源氏は知っていた。
Genji already knew.
金蔵は初めから源氏が全てを知っていると思い仕掛けたのかもしれねえな。
Maybe Kinzo set this up in the first place because he guessed that Genji knew everything.
その運命が偶然だったのか仕組まれたものなのか。
Was that fate a coincidence or something planned?
私には分かりません。
I do not know.
しかしその碑文により魔女ベアトリーチェは本当の意味での復活を遂げるのです。
However, with this epitaph, the witch Beatrice will revive in the truest sense.
第8章黄金鏡への旅。
Chapter 8 Journey to the Golden Land.
これが
This is
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice? Beatrice. My soul was captured by the woman shown in that massive portrait. That might have been literally true. Or, rather than captured, perhaps it would be better to say that my soul had returned to a more fitting place, the place it belonged. The beautiful blonde hair was the same as mine, but tied up. The dress she wore was a deep black, making that golden hair stand out all the more. This is the witch, Beatrice. My true form. Question mark.
これは何か。
What is this? There was a plate with too many words for it to be the title of the picture. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key.
黄金鏡。
The Golden Land?
そうか。
I see.
わらわの世界は
So my world
黄金鏡なのか。
is the Golden Land? I've always called my own personal world a paradise, but tonight I shall change that. From now on, my world shall be the Golden Land. I am the master of the Golden Land, Beatrice. And then, there's the brutal ceremony of sacrifices starting on the first twilight. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
わらわはこの儀式を執り行えば真の復活を得るというのか。
If I carry out this ceremony, will I revive in the truest sense? Then, on the 10th twilight at Journey's End, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all of the gold from the Golden Land. Kinzo received a massive amount of gold from Beatrice, and rumor has it that it still lies hidden somewhere. Is this, as the family members and servants are all whispering, a code showing the location of Kinzo's hidden gold?
人間が至れば莫大な黄金を手に入れるであろう。
If a human solves it, they will obtain a great quantity of gold.
しかしわらわが至れば自らの復活を得る。
However, if I do, it'll mean my own resurrection. Kinzo, you aging magician. Just when I was mocking the shortness of the time left to you, you start a game like this? How interesting. I'll definitely solve it. Then, I will revive as the real Beatrice. When that happens, I will use my great magical power to rule over object and man, day and night, in all of Rokunjima. Oh, that devilish smile.
あの碑文、宝の隠し場所を示しているともっぱらの評判です。
Everyone says that epitaph is a guide to finding hidden treasure.
噂では親方様は10トンもの黄金をお隠しになられたとか。
The rumors tell that the master has 10 tons of gold hidden away.
ベアトリーチェに授けられたとかなんとか。
Yes, Beatrice supposedly gave it to him.
僕も噂を聞いたことはあるよ。
I've heard that one too.
10トンの黄金なんてすごいですね。
10 tons of gold? That would be incredible.
想像もつかないです。
I can hardly even imagine it.
そんなにあったら何に使えばいいやら。
If you had all that, what would you use it for?
一度手に取ってみたいですね。
I'd like to touch it just once.
手に取るだけと言わずに使い切ってみたいですね。
Forget touching it, I'd like to spend it all.
でも碑文を黄金の隠し場所の暗号をなぜわざわざ掲示されたのでしょうね。
But why would he go out of his way to display this epitaph, this code showing the hiding place of the gold?
決まってるよ。
That's obvious.
解けるもんかっていう闇に決まってる。
He's laughing at everyone, since he thinks no one can solve it.
親方様からの挑戦ではないでしょうか。
It's a challenge to the rest of us, isn't it?
これが解ける知恵者はおらんかという。
He wants to know if there's anyone here wise enough to solve it.
親方様はどうやらクラウス様に素直に当主の座を明け渡されるつもりはないご様子。
Seems that the master doesn't intend to let Kraus-sama take the headship easily.
これはひょっとすると先に解いたものを次期当主にするという意味かもしれませんよ。
Oh, that's the power of magic, that's why. Perhaps the one who solves it will become his successor.
Genji-san, これは何?
Genji-san, what is this?
これまさかお父様の例のベアトリーチェの肖像画なの?
Could this be a portrait of Beatrice? The Beatrice?
はい。
Correct.
ベアトリーチェ様でございます。
This is the Beatrice-sama.
なんやこら。
What on earth?
けったいな詩みたいなもんが書いてあるで。
There's a strange little poem-like thing over here.
何よこれ。
What's this all about?
まるで海賊か何かの宝の隠し場所の暗号文みたいじゃない。
It's almost like a pirate code that shows the way to hidden treasure.
源氏さん、
Genji-san,
これはどういう意味なの?
what does this mean?
ご自由に読み、ご自由に解釈されるようにと、親方様は仰せです。
The master said to read and interpret it as you wish.
謎は この碑文を目にできる者すべてに公平にと。
That the riddle applies equally to all who can see the epitaph.
今謎って言ったわよね。
You said riddle just now, didn't you?
謎ってのは解けるものという意味だわ。
That means this can be solved?
やっぱりそうよ。そうなのよ。
Yes, that's it.
お父様は兄さんに当主を継がせるつもりなんてないんだわ。
Father doesn't want Nissan to succeed him.
つまりこの謎を解けたやつが次期当主っちゅうことか。
So, whoever solves this will become the successor? Cackle, cackle, giggle, 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 giggle.
やっと巡ってきた。
Finally,
やっと巡ってきたのよ。
the tables have finally turned.
私が当主になれる本当のチャンスが。
And now I now have a real chance to become the head. Yes, Eva. Yes.
切り絵はどう考える？
What do you think, Kyrie?
その碑文が黄金の隠し場所を示している可能性は非常に高いわね。
I think it's extremely likely that this epitaph points to the location of the hidden gold.
姉貴はこの碑文を解けたやつが次期当主に選ばれるんじゃないかと見てるらしい。
Looks like Aneki thinks the one who solves it will be the chosen as the successor.
その線もあり得るわね。
That's another theory that might fit.
お父さんはクラウス兄さんを次期当主の器と認めていない。
Father certainly doesn't view Krasny-san as an ideal successor.
これは余命いくばくのお父さんが仕掛けた最後の大仕掛けかもしれないわね。
This might be a huge trick he set up now that he's reaching the end of his years.
つまり本当にこの謎を解けば10トンの黄金と次期当主の座が転がり込むってわけか。
So, if you really solve this riddle, you stand to gain 10 tons of gold in the possession of successor.
建前上はね。
On the surface, perhaps.
でも絶対に解けるものかという悪意も感じるわ。
However, I'm sensing some malice, as though he doesn't think anyone capable of solving it.
簡単には解かせてもらえないでしょうよ。
I doubt he made it to be solved easily.
だよね。
True.
当分の間は酒の魚はこいつで十分そうだぜ。
Guess we won't have trouble looking for something to do over a drink for a while now.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
こんなの解けるわけないわ。
How could anyone solve this? Rosa tossed aside a notepad with the epitaph written on it and flopped over onto the sofa. Solving this means 10 tons of gold. With that much, I'd never need to worry about schemes for cash again. If I had money, I could pay off my debts, and that man might come back to me. Oh, for fuck's sake.
お父様の懐かしいことはわかるのよ。
I know where Father's beloved hometown is.
鮎の川って何？
And the Sweetfish River?
川なんていくつもあるわ。
There are many rivers there.
里って何よ。
What's the village supposed to be?
ああ、さっぱりだわ。
I don't have a clue.
どうしたの、ママ。
What's wrong, Mama? Maria looked concerned. Kids are really good at riddles, so maybe...
ねえ、マリア。
Don't give Maria the riddle and expect her to solve it. Shut up, Rosa. My distaste. Hey, Maria.
この謎々わかるかしら？
Do you think you know the answer to this riddle? Maria gazed at the paper with the epitaph on it as though she was trying to bore through it with her eyes. Her eyes opened wider and wider.
どう、マリア。
What do you think, Maria?
やっぱりちょっと難しいかしら。
I guess it might be a bit too hard for you. Ki.
これは魔女の儀式だよ。ベアトの復活の儀式だ。
This is a witch's ceremony, a resurrection ceremony for Beato.
どうしたのこれ？
Where'd you get this?
えママどうしたのこれ。
Hey, Mama, where'd you get this?
ベアトに聞いてみよう聞いてみよう。
I'm gonna ask Beato.
きっとこの儀式でベアトは本当の力を取り戻すよ。
I'm sure this ceremony will let Beato regain her full power.
もう半魔法の毒素なんかに悩まされずにみんなの前に姿を現して魔法の奇跡を見せてくれるんだよ。
She'll be able to appear in front of everyone and do miracles of magic without having to worry about the anti-magic toxin anymore. She better watch out. She's about to get hit, isn't she? She better stop talking. Kee ha 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 ha. And the epitaph?
親族の皆様は競って謎解きに挑まれているようです。
It seems the family members are all competing to solve the riddle. Good. Let everyone try. And none will solve it. Except for the one blessed by a miracle. If I let my guard down, even I might forget the process. That is how difficult it is.
難解であるがゆえに解けた時奇跡となる。
Because it is difficult, solving it will bring about a miracle. Precisely.
これは私が人生の最後に望む最後の奇跡。
This miracle shall be the last one I desire in my life.
最後の魔法なのだ。
My final bit of magic.
あの難解な碑文の謎が解ける奇跡が訪れた時、きっとそれはベアトリーチェの復活を意味するのだ。
When a miracle comes and allows one to solve that complicated epitaph, it will surely mean Beatrice's resurrection.
おお、ベアトリーチェよ。
Oh, Beatrice.
見たい。もう一度その面影が見たい。
I just want to see your face one more time.
もはや富も名誉も何もいらぬ。
I don't need wealth or honor anymore.
そなたに最後に一目会うことができたなら。
If I could only meet you one more time. One more time. This would be the last bit of magic that Kinzo, who realized he was facing his last years, would ever use. He was betting everything that Beatrice had given him, hoping to meet her just one more time, after being separated by death through 2 generations. Remember, sweet, sweet, sweet Beatrice here. His meeting with Beatrice that day had been the true beginning of his life. And even with them gone, Kinzo had remained there alone on the stage that had gone dark. The aged monarch had obtained everything, accomplished everything, but this was the one element that had always slipped through his fingers, no matter how much he struggled. If he could just have that element, he would need nothing else in life. In the end, perhaps his whole life was just a journey to learn that one single element makes up all that it means to be human. My friend.
我が人生最後の魔法は私に奇跡を見せてくれるだろうか。
Will my life's final bit of magic show me a miracle? I don't know about that one, Chief. For a while, Genji was silent. You will always be famous. Oh, that's so good. For a while, Genji was silent. He wasn't at a loss for words or struggling to find an answer. During that silence, something had passed between the two men, who had known each other for so long that their friendship surpassed that of master and servant. No, that'll do. No one will solve it. That's why a miracle will occur.
親方様。
Master.
一つお教えください。
Please, tell me one thing.
何か。
What is it?
もしもでございます。
If I ask you?
奇 奇跡が起こり
If a miracle does occur. May have been different during his youth, but in his old age, Genji rarely spoke of dreams and what-ifs. When Genji said if, Kinzo quietly waited for the words of the man he called a friend.
もしも奇跡が起こり
If a miracle does occur,
親方様の魔法が叶って
if your magic comes true,
ベアトリーチェ様がご復活を遂げられたら
and Beatrice-sama does revive,
いかがなさいますか
what will you do? As the one closest to Kinzo, Genji obviously knew of the crazed feelings with which Kinzo had searched for Beatrice in the past. And yet, Genji was asking what Kinzo would do if Beatrice did revive.
親方様はすでに一度
Master, at one time in the past,
ベアトリーチェ様が生まれ変わるという奇跡をご経験なされております
you experienced the miracle of Beatrice-sama being reborn.
その奇跡が再び起こったなら
If that miracle happened again,
いかがなさいますか
what would you do?
我が友よ
My friend.
そなたはやはり私を咎めるのか
So after all, you do blame me.
親方様とベアトリーチェ様のお心のすべて私に知ることはできません
I have no way of knowing everything in your heart and Beatrice-sama's.
しかしベアトリーチェ様がどのように親方様をお慕いしていたのか
However, I believe I do understand at least part
その一部は存じ上げているつもりでおります
of the way in which Beatrice-sama adored you.
悔やんでおる
I lament the fact.
お前は信じぬだろうが私は老いてから全てを後悔したのだ
You may not believe it, but as I have aged, I've come to regret all of it.
もし奇跡が起こり
If a miracle does occur,
ベアトリーチェがよみがえってくれたなら
and Beatrice survives,
無論私との日々や過去のことなど何も覚えてなくて構わん
then, of course, I do not care if she knows anything of the time she spent with me in the past.
いやベアトリーチェでさえあったならそれが誰でも構わぬ
No. As long as she is Beatrice, I don't care who it is.
私はただ謝りたいのだ
I just want to apologize.
それは本心でございますか
Is that truly how you feel?
そうだ我が友よ
Yes, my friend.
悔いている
I regret it.
若き日の過ちを深く悔いている
How deeply I regret those mistakes made in youth.
お前も老いたならわかるであろう
You have aged as well, so you must know.
若き日の過ちは若き日には何の咎も感じはせん
One cannot feel guilt for the sins of their youth when one is still young. Youth, question mark, yeah, that killed me. That kills me.
しかしそれは深い棘のように次第に生み私を苛むのだ
However, like deep thorns, they began to fester, torturing me.
この後ろ宮金蔵今さら死に様などこだわりはせん
I, Shumio Kinzo, no longer care how I die.
しかしこの棘だけはこの後悔だけは
However,
清算したいのだ
this thorn, this regret, is the one account I must settle.
ベアトリーチェに全てを返す
I'll return everything to Beatrice.
そして罪の許しを請う
And I will ask her to forgive me for my sins.
それだけが私の最後の願いなのだ
For that is my only and final wish. Kinzo covered his eyes and sobbed. The aged monarch, who had built up great wealth in a single generation, was reaching the end of his life, and he could do nothing but sob because he wanted someone to apologize to. Wasn't the epitaph a trial grandfather made to choose a successor?
俺も最初はそう考えていたが、少し事情が違うかもしれねえ。
I thought that too at first, but it looks like the situation's a bit different.
この時点では私も試験だと思っていました。
At this point in time, I also thought it was a trial.
これは後宮金蔵の気まぐれなる後継ぎ選びのゲームだと。
We gotta add to the list. So it was like fresh air. What do women love? Fresh air. Someone that speaks their own language. Potentially riddles. And for guys not to make a promise and then go back on that promise years later. White horses. That it was a game for selecting the successor, which Ishimiya Kinzo decided upon on a whim. And it wasn't?
この碑文は後宮金蔵と堂上源氏の
This epitaph meant something for Ishimiya Kinzo and Renoe Genji.
二人にしかわからぬある意味を持っていたのです。
That only the two of them could understand.
だからこれは運命なんかじゃない。
So, this was not the workings of fate.
必然だったのです。
It was inevitable.
私はかぼちゃの馬車からガラスの靴まで全てを準備されたシンデレラに過ぎない。
I was no more than a Cinderella, with the pumpkin carriage and glass slippers all prepared beforehand.
なるほどな。
I get it.
これは金蔵と源氏の茶番だったわけか。
So, this was a farce that Kinzo and Genji set up.
金蔵は分かっていたのです。
Kinzo did understand.
そして源氏もまたこれがそのメッセージだと理解したのです。
And Genji realized that this was a message.
私には意味がさっぱりわかりません。
I don't have a clue what you mean.
おじい様は何を分かっていたのです。
What did grandfather understand?
そして源氏さんがこの碑文と何の関係があるというのです。
And what does Genji-san have to do with this epitaph?
碑文は解かれたんじゃない。
The epitaph wasn't solved.
解かされたんだ。
Someone was made to solve it.
そしてベアトリーチェは真の復活を果たす。
And then Beatrice truly revived.
もしベアトリーチェが復活せずにいたならば。
If that revival had never happened,
同じ1986年を迎えても事件は全く違っていたかもしれね
then 1986 would still have come, but the incident might have been completely different.
結局私は生まれたその時から運命の岐路においてはただの一度も。
And so, since the time of my birth, I've been trapped by the crossroads of fate.
私の意志では何の選択の権利も与えられなかったのです。
Never given the right to make any decisions of my own will.
ああ、我こそは我にして我らなり。
Oh, I am one, yet many.
なれど我ら運命に抗えたる試しはただの一度もなし。
And yet, we have never been able to resist fate.
我らなど所詮は渦に舞う木の葉も同じ。
We are little more than leaves caught in a whirlpool.
どのように舞おうと渦に飲み込まれて消えるもの。
No matter how we dance, we must eventually be sucked in and disappear.
瞬間移動が得意なのはガープだね。
Gap's the one who specializes in instant movement.
序列第33位の大悪魔だよ。
She's the 33rd in rank of the great demons.
そんなのがお友達なんて、やっぱりベアとはすごいね。
You must really be incredible to have a friend like that, Beato. Ooh.
なるほどな。大悪魔のガープか。
I see. The great demon, Gap.
よし、我が友よ。そなたはこれよりガープだ。
Very well, my friend. You will now be Gap.
ガープと名乗るがよい。
You may call yourself by that name.
やれやれ。
Oh, wonderful.
やっと私に名前がついたのね。
So, you've finally given me a name.
ずっと名なしだったから嬉しいわ。
It's a relief after being nameless so long.
では、その調子で私にも名前を賜れますと光栄ですな。
In that case, I would be honored to receive a name as well.
いつまでも家具頭だけでは味気がないというものです。
Being nothing more than the head furniture lacks flavor, does it not?
マリア。
Maria.
こやつにも名付けを頼む。
I need a name for this guy too. She's just like, hey, Maria, can you just do all the heavy lifting and name all of us? Chucklefucks.
こやつも大悪魔で、わらわに仕える執事のようなものだ。
He is also a great demon and serves as my butler.
わらわの信頼できる部下であるぞ。
He is a subordinate whom I can trust.
ロノウェかな。
Renove, I guess.
序列第27位の大悪魔だよ。
The 27 ranked of the great demons.
頼れる従者を与えてくれると言われてる。
It said he'll give you reliable underlings.
おや、これは奇遇ですな。
My, what a coincidence.
私の分身である源氏の名字もロノウェ。
The family name of my double, Genji, is Renoe. Renoe.
ほう、これは確かに奇遇。
Oh, truly is a coincidence.
なるほど。そなたにこれほどふさわしい名前はないようだな。
I see. Seems this is the best possible name for you.
よし。そなたの名はこれより、ロノウェだ。
Very well. You shall now be known as Renove.
おお、名前で呼ばれることのなんと甘美なことか。
Oh, how pleasant it is to be called by one's name.
素敵な名前を感謝します、マリア卿。
I thank you for this wonderful name, Lady Maria.
形がよりしろとなるように、名前もまた強力なよりしろなの。
Just as a form can be a vessel, a name can be a powerful vessel too.
異界の未知の存在は名前を与えるだけでもその魔力を大きく増すんだよ。
For unknown creatures of the other world, simply gaining a name can greatly increase their magical power.
だから名前は大事なの。
That's why names are important.
そうね。本当に名前は大事で素敵。
True, names are important and wonderful.
ねえ、リア。
Right, Leah?
これからは私のことはガープって呼んでね。
You can call me Gap now. Okay.
ガープ。
Gap. Gap.
良い名ですね。心得ました。
A splendid name. I will remember it.
それから私の大切な名前を勝手に略さないように。
And I'll ask you to stop shortening my precious name.
ベアトリーチェのもとへ導く者、ワルギリアですか。
So, you're Virgilia, the one who guides travelers to Beatrice.
それも実にいい名前。
That is also a splendid name.
お嬢様の師匠にふさわしいですな。
Perfect for Milady's teacher.
ええ、とても気に入っていますよ。
Yes, I do like it a lot.
名前は命ですね。
A name is a life.
マリア、そなたのおかげでわらわの友人たちは名前を得た。
Maria, thanks to you, my friends have found names.
心より感謝するぞ。
I'm deeply grateful.
じゃあ今度はベアトの番。
Now it's your turn, Beato.
マリアのお友達のウサギさんたちにもまた絵を描いてあげて。
Draw pictures of my bunny friends.
サク太郎みたいに。
Like you did for Sakataru.
よかろうぞ。
Very well.
その魔導書を貸すがよい。
Lend me that grimoire.
ウリュ
No! Uryu!
ウ。ベアトは絵がとっても上手だからとっても楽しみ。
Beato's drawings are really great. I can't wait to see.
どんな絵になるの？どんな絵になるの？
What will it be like? What will it be like?
ウサギさんたち楽しみ。
I can't wait to see the bunnies.
森の音楽隊であったな。
They were in a forest band, were they not?
音楽隊、音楽隊。
A band, a band.
よしよし。こんな感じではどうか。
Yes, something like... Oh, all of a sudden Maria was no longer a little girl who did nothing but follow her mother around, laughing or crying. Though she's still young, she already has a powerful self-image, and possesses enough knowledge of the magical world to surprise even me. Together, we called ourselves Maria Shurur, and made each other's magical worlds, deeper and richer.
名前も立派なよりしろである。
So, a name can become a powerful vessel.
味わい深い話であるな。
How profound.
よりしろとして姿はとても大事だけど、名前も負けないくらい大事なの。
It's very important to have a form for a vessel, but a name is just as important.
道理であるな。
Indeed.
名も知らぬ者よりも、名を知る者の方が強く印象に残るものだ。
Those with names leave a greater impression than those without.
姿や名前だけじゃないよ。
It's not just about forms and names.
もっともっと深く知ることによって、それはとても強く存在することができるの。
By knowing more and more about them, you can make them exist much more strongly.
だからいろいろなことを考えてあげるの。
So, I'll think up lots of stuff for you.
例えばそれは、作太郎もであるか？
Did you do this for Sakataru as well? Yep.
作太郎は名前と姿だけじゃないよ。
Sakataru isn't just a name.
他にもいろいろあるの。
I like how he's in grayscale right here, like it looks like he's dead. It's like an in remembrance moment. There's a lot more to him than that.
ライオンの子であったな。
He is a lion cub, correct? I do wish. Damn.
草食ライオンだからお肉は食べないの。
Sakataru's a Vegeta lion, vegetarian lion, so he doesn't eat meat.
でも他のみんなからは肉食だと思われて怖がられてるの。
But everyone else thinks he does, and they're scared of him.
でも作太郎も怖がりだからお互いに怖がってるの。
But Sakataru's also a scaredy cat, so he's just as scared as the others.
作太郎はビビリなの。
Ah ha ha ha, Sakataru's such a coward.
ウリュ
Uryu!
僕はお肉は食べないよ。
I don't eat meat.
怖くないライオンだよ。
I'm not a scary lion.
あ、肉食スズメだ。
Oh, look, a flesh-eating sparrow.
バサバサバサ。
Flap, flap, flap. That's just fucking mean. Uryu!
スズメ怖い。
Sparrows are scary.
さ。
Whoosh. The hell?
スズメは肉食ではないであろうが。
Wow, sparrows don't eat meat.
作太郎がビビリだからスズメが肉食だと信じてるの。
Sakataru's a coward, so he thinks they do. Hehehehe.
スズメはどっかに行っちゃった？
Did the sparrow go away?
ウリュ
Uryu!
作太郎はビビリだな。
You're such a scaredy cat, Sakataru.
そんな怖がりじゃまたサクスケやサク吉にお兄ちゃんは怖がりってバカにされちゃうよ。
If you keep this up, Sakasuke and Sakukichi will start making fun of you again, right?
ウリ
Uryu,
ュ僕は怖がりじゃないよ。
I'm not a scaredy cat.
あ、スズメが戻ってきた。
Ah, the sparrow's back.
バサバサバサ。
Fat, fat, fat.
ひー、食べられる。
No, I'll be eaten. Whoosh. This is just silly. Ahahaha.
サクタロは実に面白い。
Sakataro is quite entertaining.
今出てきたサクスケやサクキチというのは兄弟なのか？
Then our Sakasuke, and Sakukichi siblings. Yep,
お家で待ってるサクタラの弟たちなの。
there's little brothers waiting for him at home.
サクスケはサクタルよりしっかりしてて、サクキチはとっても器用で何でもできるの。
Sakasuke is a lot more reliable than Sakataro, and Sakukichi is so skillful he can do anything.
でもみんなとっても仲良しなんだよ。
But they're all really good friends.
みんなマリアのベッドの上で仲良くしてるの。
They all play together on my bed.
そなたのベッドの上はライオンだらけであるな。
Your bed must be covered with lions.
うん。
Yep.
だからマリアはベッドをライオンランドって呼んでるよ。
So I call my bed Lion Land.
ライオン以外にもいっぱい動物がいるけどね。
But there's lots of other animals too.
ライオンランドですか。
Lion Land, is it?
それは楽しそうですな。
Sounds like fun.
マリアの仲間たちは互いが互いと交流し合うことでさらにその存在を強め合っている。
By interacting together, all of Maria's friends can reinforce their own existence.
見事な世界だわ。
It's a magnificent world.
私たちももっと交流を深めた方が良いということですね。
Guess that means we should work on deepening our relationships as well.
絆を深め合うことで私たちの存在も魔力ももっともっと強くなる。
By strengthening our bonds, our existence and magical power will go stronger and stronger.
わらわたちももっともっと世界を広げようぞ。
Let's expand our world more and more.
聞く限りマリアの世界はサク太郎やウサギたちだけでなく他にもまだまだいると見える。
From what I've heard, Maria's world is far more than just Sakataro and the bunnies.
わらわたちも負けてはおれぬぞ。
We can't let her beat us.
おやおや。
My.
負けてはおれぬぞとなると、我らも眷属を増やしますか？
In that case, shall we find more minions for ourselves?
黄金の蝶だけではどうにも面白みがない。
It's no fun with just the gold butterflies.
あやつらは喋らぬからな。
After all, they cannot speak.
喋り、騒ぎ、内輪で喧嘩をするくらいに賑やかな眷属が欲しいぞ。
I like some chatty minions who can talk, jump around, and fight with each other.
そうね。私たちも賑やかな方がいいに決まってる。
True, of course it'll be better to spice things up around here.
私たちはマリアージュ・ソルシエールで世界の広げ方と眷属の増やし方を学びました。
Here in Myriad Sorcerer, we have learned how to expand our world and create new minions.
今やどのような眷属を増やすもあなたの想像力次第。
By now, you may create new minions as often as your imagination allows.
お嬢様、あれなどいかがです？
Lady, what about those?
先日、ゴールドスミスの倉庫整理の折に見つけたあの物騒な道具の数々をより代にされては。
Could you make vessels of those dark tools you found when cleaning out Goldsmith's storage room?
おお、良いではないか。
Oh, perfect.
あのような物騒なよりしろより権限した眷属こそわらわにはふさわしいぞ。
Minions created from dark-looking vessels like that will surely be fitting for me.
我らはどんどん増えるな。賑やかになるな。
There will be more and more of us, and it will get very lively here.
新しいお友達がどんどん増えるの。
We'll get more and more new friends.
これがマリアの魔法なの。
That's my magic.
そしてペアとはマリアのお友達に姿を与えることができる。
And Beato can take my friends and give them a form.
育てることができる。
You can make them grow.
マリアが産み、わらわが育てる。
You create them, and I grow them.
うん。
Indeed.
これぞ、マリアージュ・ソルシエールであるな。
That's mariage sorcerer for you.
それにしても、ウサギの耳はなかなかに難しい。
Still, bunny ears are pretty hard.
ウサギたちの権限はなかなかに手間取るぞ。
It might take some time before the bunnies manifest themselves.
せっかくですから、可愛くしてあげたいものですね。
Be sure you make them cute.
無論であるわ。
But of course.
それこそ、わらわの腕の見せ所であるぞ。
This is where I get to show my skill. Create a creature, give it a name, give it a form. You're playing Spore. Doing that is no different from giving birth to new life. When a human gives birth to a child, they give it a form, give it a name to identify it by, and deepen its character by raising it in the world. Mariage Sorcerer is doing exactly the same thing. In our world, we can create whatever creatures we think of, give them forms, give them names, and make them friends that we can interact with. We were engrossed with our game in this world called Mariage Sorcerer. At least, Maria was engrossed. She would badger me to play this game every time she came, and of course, I was too. However, when Maria started happily writing something and I just sat there for a while, I must admit that I sighed and looked up at the sky, making sure she didn't notice. It's fun to increase the number of our minions. They make things lively, so I do not tire of it. I may have tired of my minions alone, but even that problem goes away when I can interact with Maria's as well. It takes 2 people to create a universe. I now have that second person, so I'm satisfied. I think I'm satisfied. And yet, one little part of me is not. It truly is a tiny part. After all, so much fun playing with Maria that time seems to fly on by. But even so, when I look up at the sky, during those short moments, I feel an empty feeling I can't describe. I know. My universe is not complete. My apologies to Maria, but she is not the second person I want to create a universe with. No matter how much I nurture my world with her, the roots of love in my heart leave gaps. 4 years have already passed since that day. He left saying he'd come for me riding a white horse, and I was the only one without a letter. And he even said that he probably wouldn't be returning to Rokenjima. Is this love? I always believed that love was so much sweeter, so much more intoxicating. But now, I don't know anymore. Though I long for him so much it's maddening, I can sometimes feel hatred underneath. However, even that hatred is wrapped in adoration. The roots of love have remained in the corners of my heart all this time. At some point, gave up hoping that Badler would return. However, the roots of love stayed right where they were. In other words, even 4 years later, I still believe. He will come back someday. The flower of my love is curled up and withered, as though against the winter cold. However, the root is still alive. And it is always waiting for him to return, waiting for a chance to bloom beautifully again. I'm grateful to Maria. Mariage Sorcerer has eased the burden of my heart so much. If we hadn't met like this, I may have withered away along with that root. Even this incomplete universe is necessary for me to remain alive now. I must live on until I can create my complete universe. Until that day, I will not be complete. Though I have a form and a name, no matter how deep my world grows, I will not be complete.
わらわは満たないのだ。
I'm not complete.
ベアと
Beato. I accidentally muttered what I had been thinking. Maria stopped talking to Sakataro. I regretted that my slip of the tongue had ruined this fun time. But there was a long silence before I could smooth it over. I laughed, but it probably sounded hollow. Maria, not knowing why my face had suddenly changed like this, looked taken aback.
わらわの眷属たちは次々に世界を深め、その存在を深め、満たしていくのに。
Though my minions reach deep in this world, in their own existences, becoming full,
わらわだけがいつまでも満たぬ。
I alone will never be complete.
なぜ満たぬかは分かっているのだ。
I know why I will not be complete.
それは魔力が足りないからだよ。
It's because you don't have enough magical power. Maria answered instantly. Beatrice has lost her magical power and is unable to regain the strength she once had. That's how the story goes. So, Maria's answer was correct. That's right. I may be incomplete because I have lost my magical power. In that case, if my power becomes complete and a revive in the truest sense, will my world become complete as well? Does that mean that the person I want to nourish a universe with will come back? If, as I claim, I really was able to control miracles at will in the past with my magic, then if I succeed in reviving, would that miracle definitely occur? If such a thing were possible, I'd want true magical power to use for my resurrection.
そうだな。
That's right.
魔力が足りないからであるな。
It's because I do not possess enough magical power.
かわいそうに。
Poor Beato.
ベアトはまだ魔力が弱いからいろいろと不自由なんだね。
It must be pretty inconvenient with your magical power still weak.
早く取り戻したいものだな。
I want to get it back, quickly.
かつての魔力を。
My old power.
やっぱりあれをやらなくちゃいけないんだよ。
I guess you'll have to do that then.
あれとは何か。
What do you mean by that?
復活の儀式。
The ceremony of resurrection.
肖像画の碑文の儀式だよ。
The ceremony of the portrait's epitaph. If you read that epitaph literally, it does sound like a witch's resurrection ceremony. To Maria, who believes in witches, that epitaph must be a ceremony in itself. Unlike the other family members, it seems that she's not very interested in the location of the hidden gold.
あの碑文の謎を解けば、かつてわらわが金蔵に与えた莫大な黄金の隠し場所が知れよう。
If that epitaph's riddle is solved, one might learn the location where Kinzo hid all the gold I once gave him.
ベアトが魔法で生み出した黄金だよね。
That's the gold you created with magic, right?
そうだ。
Indeed.
魔力に満ち溢れし日の魔力の結晶である。
A crystallization of the great magic I possessed in those days.
じゃあその黄金を取り戻せばベアトの魔力は元に戻るんだね。
In that case, if you get that gold back, your magical power will go back to normal.
そうなるかもしれぬな。
Perhaps.
なるよ。
It will. Ugh.
やっぱりあれはベアトの復活の儀式なんだよ。
It's gotta be a resurrection ceremony.
マリアも手伝うから一緒に解こう。
I'll help, so let's solve it together.
そしたらベアトは復活するよ。
Then you'll revive.
そして早くマリアをベアトの黄金鏡に連れて行って。
And when you do, you'll take me to your golden land.
そうだったな。
That's right.
きっとそなたを黄金鏡に連れて行くと約束していたな。
I did promise that I'd take you to the golden land.
そこではどんな願いも叶うってベアトは言った。
You said that all wishes are granted there.
そこには黒い魔女のいない優しいママに会える。
There's no black witch there, just a nice mama.
会ったことのないパパにも会えるかもしれないね。
And I might even meet the papa I've never seen before.
もちろん学校も宿題も意地悪な友達も誰もいなくてマリアとベアトはいつまでも楽しく暮らせるの。
Of course, there won't be any school or homework or bullying friends, and we can live happily ever after.
ねえサクタロウ楽しみだね。
Hey, Sakataro, doesn't that sound fun?
おりゅう。
Uryu! The epitaph of the portrait. So, must I face the epitaph's riddle after all? If Kinzo's children struggled uselessly over it, how could a complete stranger like me solve it? If I did happen to solve it, that would surely be a miracle. Will doing that bring about another miracle and return my miraculous power to me? Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream and search the key.
金蔵の故郷の川を下れば鍵が見つかるとでも言うのか?
So, am I to travel down a river in Kinzo's homeland in search of a key? As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore of two who will tell you. Wait, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land.
川を下れば里もあろうが
There may be villages if you go down a river.
二人が口にする騎士とは何か?
But what is this shore the two will tell you of? The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. So, those who do not have the key need not read the rest. I do not understand it, but that's how this riddle is. It's practically unsolvable, so solving it would be a miracle. That much makes sense. I felt a stabbing pain in my body. The anti-magic toxin had burned my skin. Some human is probably approaching. I erased my form. Multiple sets of footsteps approached. It was Genji, Shannon, and Cannon too.
皆、碑文の謎解きに夢中なようだな。
It seems everyone is engrossed with solving this epitaph's riddle.
はい。
Yes.
使用人たちの中にも碑文を書き写して持ち帰り、謎解きに挑む者が多いようです。
I hear that even some of the servants have copied it down and taken it home with them.
本当にあの謎を解くと10トンの黄金が見つかるのでしょうか?
If you solve this riddle, will you really find 10 tons of gold? Indeed.
それは間違いない。
There can be no doubt of that.
わかりません。
I don't understand.
どうして親方様は大切な黄金の隠し場所を
The puzzle may be a tough one.
謎めいた碑文とはいえ、こうして誰もが目にできる場所にさらすのでしょう。
But why is the master showing the location of his precious gold in a place where everyone can see?
それが親方様の魔法であり、賭けだ。
That is the master's magic, and also a bet.
親方様はこの難解な謎を解いた者はベアトリーチェ様の魂を宿すと信じている。
The master believes that the one who solves this difficult riddle will contain Beatrice Sama's soul within them.
不思議な賭け。いえ、魔法ですね。
That's a strange bet. Magic.
オカルト狂いも行き着くところまで行ったってわけだ。
Looks like he's taken his occult fanaticism as far as it could possibly go. Shh.
そんなこと言っちゃダメ。
You shouldn't say that.
碑文の謎に挑む資格は全ての者に許されている。
All are allowed to try and solve the epitaph's riddle.
無論、それは使用人も例外ではない。
Of course, the servants are no exceptions.
お前は挑んでいるのか?
Will you try to solve it?
いえ。
No.
こんな難しい謎、私にはさっぱりですし。
I can never solve such a hard riddle.
それに。
And anyway.
それに。
And?
10トンも黄金があっても、特に使い道も思いつきませんし。
Even if I had 10 tons of gold, I can't think of anything in particular I'd want to use it for.
私は今の穏やかな日がいつまでも続いてくれれば、それで十分だと思ってます。
I'd be more than happy if these peaceful days continued forever.
姉さんは最近ジョージ様といい雰囲気みたいだからね。
Looks like you and George-sama have been pretty close these days.
浮かれて変なドジしなきゃいいけど。
I just hope being distracted doesn't make you even more of a klutz.
そんなことありません。
That won't happen. With a backward glance at this conversation, Genji walked up to the portrait and looked up at the witch. When they saw that what Genji was doing, Shannon and Kanon immediately went silent. Genji, who was the head of the servants, the closest in age to Kinzo, and the one whom Kinzo called a friend, probably understood Kinzo's heart better than anyone else. What did he think when he looked at this portrait? Neither Shannon nor Kanon could tell.
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川
Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. Suddenly, Genji started reciting the epitaph. Shannon quickly nodded to show that she was listening, but it wasn't clear whether he was talking to her at all. Genji, his back still to them, continued.
親方様が懐かしむ故郷は小田原ではない
The master would not describe Odawara as his beloved hometown.
遠方にお住まいだったと聞いたことがあります。
I've heard that he lived far away.
どこかは存じませんが。
Though we don't know where it was.
台湾だ
Taiwan. Genji turned around and spoke that single word.
Oh.
Oh?
そうだったのですか。
Is that so?
なるほど。やっとクラウス様の話がつながったよ。
I see. So that explains what Kraus-sama always used to say.
ほら、親方様が好まれる瓶の。
Remember him talking about how the master liked areca nuts?
そういえばクラウス様、
Come to think of it,
あれは台湾ではタバコのようにポピュラーな嗜好品だとおっしゃってましたっけ。
Kraus-sama said that those were a luxury item like tobacco that was popular in Taiwan.
それで親方様は瓶籠を。
So that's why the master... In the half-century before the war, Taiwan was under the rule of Japan. Many Japanese had moved there, seeking a new frontier. Kinzo's family was a branch family of the Ishiromiyas. Apparently, they were only distantly related to the head family, so they were able to form a new life and a new future, without being constrained by the head family in Odawara. Shen and Kanon nodded their understanding, but they didn't know why Genji had suddenly broached the subject.
では、親方様の故郷の台湾に鮎の泳ぐ川があって、そこに鍵があるということでしょうか。
So, there was a river with sweet fish in it in the master's hometown in Taiwan, and the key's there?
姉さんはバカだな。
Don't be so stupid.
鮎の泳ぐ川なんていくらでもあるに決まってる。
There has to be several rivers with sweet fish in the area.
わからないよ。
We don't know that for sure, right?
親方様が台湾のどちらにお住まいだったかは知らないけれど、
I don't
そ
know.
こには川が一つしかないのかもしれない。
I don't know where the master lived in Taiwan, but there might have been only one river there.
だったらそこってことになるじゃない？
If so, that must be the place.
姉さんは楽観的だな。
You're too optimistic.
そんな簡単なことで謎が解けるものか。
There's no way the riddle could be solved that easily.
親方様の魔法の儀式は挑む者が多いほどにその力を増すと仰せだ
The master says his magical ceremony will gain more power if more people try to solve the riddle.
お前も挑戦してみなさい
You must try as well.
誰にも等しく機会は与えられているのだ
Everyone has been given the same chance.
はい。
Yes,
どうせ解けないさ。
as if we had a chance.
くだらない。
This is pointless. Genji spun around. Shan and Kanon hurried to follow after him. When his footsteps receded and silence returned, a gold butterfly flitted out from among the shadows.
Taiwan とな。
Taiwan, is it?
ほう。随分と遠くに住んでいたものよ。
Huh. So he lived quite far away. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. In other words, a sweet fish river running through Taiwan.
台湾に川などいくらでもあるわ。
There are many rivers in Taiwan.
カノンの言う通りではないか。
Kanon was right.
バカバカしい。
How ridiculous. However, the word Taiwan interests me. That taciturn Genji muttered it without anyone asking, so is it even possible that it means nothing? Clearly, Genji saying it has something to do with the epitaph's riddle. It's almost as though that was a hint for solving it.
バカらしいとは思いつつも
Though I do find it stupid.
よかろうぞ源氏
Very well, Genji.
そなたの茶番にしばし付き合おうではないか
Why don't I play along with your farce for a while? Taiwan. I've traveled the world at times during these past 1,000 years, but I know nothing of the place.
無知を補うには知識の結晶に頼るが一番
To counter my ignorance, I shall need a crystallization of knowledge.
それは薄く伸ばされて何枚にも重ねて閉じられて書物と呼ばれているのだ
That which is smoothed out and pressed into many sheets. What is called a book. Where might I find a book about Taiwan? Kinzo's study is the first place that comes to mind if one is looking for books. But that won't work. The charm on that room prevents me from entering. So, the library, is it? Kinzo's vast collection of books grows each year. The books that don't fit in his study are stored in a book storage room that we usually call the library. Of course, there are countless books just in this place. The library is everything from valuable books to apparently worthless books, all packed together like an antique shop. There was a golden glint in the keyhole of the library's door, and a gold butterfly flitted out.
相も変わらずひどい匂いのする部屋よ
Stinky as ever, I see.
ほこりカビ
Dust. Mold.
なるほど知識とはこういう匂いなのか
I see. So this is the stench of knowledge. Well now, how can I find a book on Taiwan amongst all this? Prospect is almost dizzying. However, I realized right away. If I wanted to quickly find out about Taiwanese rivers, I didn't want a book on Taiwan.
地図帳ではないか
An atlas.
そのくらいどこかにありそうであるな
There must be one of those somewhere around here.
探せ我が眷属の長たちよ
Search, my butterfly minions.
この誇り臭く誇り高き知識の墓所よりわらわの探す本を探し出せ
Find the book I seek in this dusty noble graveyard of knowledge. A cloud of countless gold butterflies appeared at my feet. They swayed, blew like the wind, and coiled themselves around the library. Eventually, the cloud of butterflies selected a single book. It seems like this is the one.
ご苦労であるぞ
Well done.
世界の地図帳アジア編であるか
A world atlas, Asia volume.
ぴったりであるな
Perfect. It was a grand, thick, illustrated encyclopedia of maps, several volumes long. There was even a thick section on Taiwan. This should be plenty useful.
台湾
Taiwan.
南北 394km 東西 144km
394 kilometers north to south, 144 kilometers east to west.
面積約36000平方キロメート
An area of roughly 36,000 square kilometers.
ルほほなかなかに広大であるな
That's pretty large. By area, that's about the same size as Kyushu in Japan. This led Beato to a very natural question.
金蔵はこれほどの広大な島のどこに住んでいたというのか
Just where on this massive island did Kinzo live? Yeah, exactly. Never say that you never learn anything coming to my streams, you know? My stream's the premier place to learn many things. It just happens to be a little bit of geography today.
源氏は台湾とは言ったが台湾のどことは言わなかったぞ
You may not know it, but every single stream I do, I love to sprinkle at least one knowledge fact, one knowledge nugget, you know? You just might not pick up on it every time it comes out. It's learning time. Genji mentioned Taiwan, but that's all.
これは迂闊であった。
How careless I've been. Beato had vaguely assumed that the riddle would be solved in a flash if she could just look at a map of Taiwan. However, Taiwan is no small place. Just which part of this large island did Kinzo call his beloved hometown? I kept looking through books in this dusty library, sometimes having to cough. I was not happy with being stuck in a place like this.
一番大きな都市は台北か。
So, largest city is Taipei.
かつては大正町なるところに日本人たちが住んでいたとの記述もあるぞ。
It says here that Japanese people used to live in a spot called Taisho.
金蔵もやはりここに住んでいたのであろうか。
So, is that where Kinzo lived?
いやいや、そう決めつけるのは早計であるぞ。その保証はない。
I mean, it's just true. Texas just ruins the sense of scale for anything. In basically almost anything else in the world. It's more of a Texas problem. No, it's too early to be sure of that without proof. I'll skip to the next part before I settle on anything more specific than just Taiwan itself. A Sweetfish River running through the hometown. What's this? There are 129 rivers in Taiwan. Ugh.
129本
129 rivers?
この中のどれだけにアユが泳いでいたやら。
How many of those have sweetfish swimming in them?
考えただけでもめまいがするわ。
Just thinking about it is dizzying. This was quickly becoming ridiculous. Genji must have been muttering nonsense to himself after all. I only thought he was giving out a hint about the epitaph.
黄金に目のくらんだ愚か者への褒美は誇りまみれというわけか。
So, the reward for the fool blinded by gold is dust.
源氏め、やってくれるわ。
Nice one, Genji. I tossed the book aside, used magic to turn a bookshelf into a sofa, and plopped down on top of it. For a while, I grumbled about getting tricked and looked up at the ceiling. I was annoyed, so I felt like gathering all this room's dust, packing it into a ball, and tossing it into Genji's teacup. So I glanced down at the floor. The book I had thrown away lay open on the ground. A gold butterfly was resting on that open page. Tossing a book at random and reading an oracle from that page it happens to open to is a kind of ritual. I see. So that page might have some sort of hint. Not entirely convinced, I picked the book up. The open page was probably very near the one I had been reading. Apparently, it was a page explaining Taiwan's geography. Oddly enough, it was a page about rivers and lakes.
川が129本あることはすでに承知しておるわ。
I already know that there are 129 rivers.
まだ他にもわらわに伝えたいことがあるというのか？
Is there something else you're trying to tell me? There were 6 major rivers listed. Oh boy. Jushui River? Sure. Kaoping River? Danshui River? Dajia River? Oh, I'm nailing the pronunciations here. Zhongwen River? Daru River?
ほう。
Huh?
さて、これらの川には鮎は住めたのか否か。
Now then, which of these rivers might have sweet fish in them? An idea came to me then. My face when an idea comes to me. Sweet fish are freshwater fish. And you don't find ocean water in rivers. Unless it's extremely dirty or blocked by a dam. Any river might have sweet fish in it.
バカらしい。
How foolish.
川ならどこだって淡水だ。
All rivers have fresh water in them.
鮎の住めぬ道理はないわ。
What's stopping sweet fish from living in any river?
そう考えれば、この淡水がなる川のバカらしいことよ。
Come to think of it, what a foolish name this Danshui River has.
川に淡水が流れるのは当然であろうが。
Freshwater river? What sort of river isn't a freshwater river?
淡水以外が流れて初めて、それを川の名にすればよかろうに。
It would only make sense to name a river after what's in it if it were literally anything else. Danshui River flows from Taipei to the harbor town of Danshui. Danshui? I see. It isn't called that because of the water in it, but because of the town at its mouth. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. I realize that this is stupid, and yet there's something about this town. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. That line should be talking about one of the 129 rivers. Sweet fish are freshwater fish. And here is this freshwater river flowing down to a town called Freshwater. It's like a strange, trivial word game. Or could it be some kind of code? I've been looking for books here so long that the dust is piling up on me. If I give up now, it will all have been a waste of time. Very well. Why don't I test my luck and see if the random page the book opened to contains an oracle? Turn to the next page, trying to search in even greater detail. To me, solving this riddle was like a game. One that all the servants were engrossed in. I was just trying to be one of that group. For quite some time, I'd suffered from a lack of books I could find particularly absorbing, and I was very bored. So I took that book back with me to my own room and looked through it every night. There's a hint for the epitaph's riddle in an atlas? In the third game, Eva solved the riddle after reading a book in the book archive. Then, in the fifth game, Furudo Erika looked for an atlas in that room before solving the riddle herself. Then there really is some secret in a map of Taiwan? I believe that the Sweetfish River part was a code for Danshui River. Every day I research the surrounding geography in detail. Of course, I also looked up several small streams that might have sweetfish in them. However, that didn't get me anywhere. According to some information from a previous game, we aren't looking for an actual river. But it is something that flows. That's how Eva interpreted it. So it isn't a river? Correct. In the end, Danshui River had nothing to do with it. However, now that I think about it, it must have been an oracle after all. The river itself was unrelated, but it was still a great hint. The river was unrelated, but it was still a hint? Calm down and think. Think of something that flows, but isn't a river. Blood. So, something other than water that flows? What can you think of? Try and think outside the box. Will. I'm tired of all this puzzle solving. Stop being annoying and give us the answer. You solved the epitaph, right?
Hmm.
Probably.
水以外で流れるも
Something other than water that flows?
の。もの。
Something...
もの。
Something...
物流。
Methods of transportation?
例えば街道とか道路とか。
Like a road or a highway?
正解です。
Correct.
アユの皮が川そのものを刺さないことに気づくのに
It took me so long...
膨大な時間をかけました。
It took me so long to realize that the Sweetfish River did not refer to water itself.
そうだ。
That's right.
淡水の名がつく川以外のものだ。
There's something other than a river with the name Danshui.
それは物や人が流れ、上りも下りもある。
Something that both people and things flow up and down.
上り、下り。
Up and down?
まさか。
You mean...
そう
だ。That's it.
鉄道だ。
Railroads. Ah, of course. The Danshui Line. It's a railway that goes from Taipei to Danshui Harbor. It was constructed in 1901, while Taiwan was under Japanese rule. I already know all this. This is just a refresher. This is just a refresher for me. I'm very on top of my railroad lines built in Taiwan. Afterwards, the number of stations continued to grow, and it became a major artery into Taipei. This railroad was used after the war as well, and is still in common use as the Danshui line of the Taipei Rapid Transit System. Its route begins at Taipei Station, continues on until the town of Danshui. Station. Station. Formerly. Station. 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 Formerly that station. Station. Formerly.
碑文には川を下ればやがて何があると
What did the epitaph say you'd see if you went down the river?
里があると。
A village?
淡水線の駅の中で里の名を持つ駅はこの赤廃駅しかない。
There's only one station on the Danshui line with that, the character for village in its name. And it's that station. Ah!
これは何と読むんでしょう。
How do you read this?
キリガン駅と読む。
The Japanese pronounce it Kirigan.
戦後赤廃駅に名を変えたが、金蔵が住んでいた当時はキリガン駅だった。
Its name was changed to Sekihai Station after the war, but when Kinzo lived there, it was Kirigan Station.
川を下れば。
Yeah, I remember. As you travel down the river, you'll see a village. That sign.
その里にて、二人が口にし岸を探れ。
In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. Giggle.
里だけじゃなく岸まであるわね。その駅の名前。
That isn't the only one. You can also see a character for shore.
果たしてその駅を示しているのか。短くない時間を悩みました。
In the end, it took me quite a long time to work out that the station was the one referred to.
里という文字と岸という文字。
It has a character for village and a character for shore.
なんとなく謎々の文字遊びのように感じていました。
It felt like a kid's riddle, playing with letters.
このキリガンの一文字目の口辺の漢字。
The first character in Kirigan has a little box with some feet. The character for mouth.
口の脇にあるこれはそのと読みますよね。
And that, the other half of that first character, means the word that, right?
口にしで口の文字もあるし。
That village is shore, and the mouth is telling of it.
でも二人が口にしの意味がわからない。
But I don't get what the two means. The three characters of Kirigan can be split into a mouth, a that, a village, and a shore. These are all words that appear in the epitaph. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. You can read it as a code for the name of the station. However, don't understand the part about the two.
私もそこに引っかかりました。
I was also stuck on that part.
しかしきっとこれを指し示すに違いないという強い信念がありました。
However, by then, I was very confident that the station was what the epitaph referred to.
この駅名が旧名であるように、この地名も何か旧名があるのでは。
If the station was once known by a different name, then could some local spot also have had its name changed?
そう
だ。That's right.
もともとキリガン駅は地名から名付けられたものだ。
Kirgan Station was named after a nearby location, after all.
そして地名のキリガンは駅名と違いこう書く。
And then the name of that area was also Kirgan. It's written differently.
口が2つ。
Ah, there are two mouths.
調べればすぐにわかることでした。
It didn't take much investigation before it was clear.
やはり碑文はこのキリガンのことを指し示していたのです。
The epitaph must have been referring to this place called Kirgan.
ではここに黄金鏡の鍵が眠っていると。
Then, is this where the key to the Golden Land rests?
普通に考えればそうなります。
That would be the obvious answer.
しかし台湾まではるばる行けるわけもなく、
However, I couldn't make the long trip to Taiwan to check.
当然キリガンと呼ばれる土地も広大です。
And of course, the place known as Kirgan is quite large itself.
そのどこに小さな鍵が隠されているのかわかるはずもない。
If a tiny key was hidden somewhere there, I'd never find it.
途方に暮れました。
I was at a loss.
しかしお前は諦めなかったな。
But you didn't give up.
碑文の少なくとも最初の5行については確実に答えを手に入れたと確信していましたから。
I was certain that I'd found the answer, at least to the first 5 lines of the epitaph.
私にとってこれはもう何よりも面白いゲーム。
In my eyes, it truly was an entertaining game. No, a mystery. I almost gave up then. However, there was no doubt that I had the key in my hand. So, decided to travel to the Golden Land in accordance with the epitaph.
第一の晩に鍵の選びし6人を生贄に捧げよ。
On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
この一文を見てわかることは、鍵とはすなわち6つの何かを示せるということだ。
We can tell by this line that the key refers to 6 things.
その時点で錠前に指す言葉通りの鍵ではないことが推理可能だ。
Reasoning makes it possible to see that this couldn't refer to a physical key.
6つの何か。
6 things?
はい。
Yes.
6つの何か。
6 things.
私も頭が固い人間でしたから。
I was merely a thick-headed human.
とにかく6に関わる何かがないかと本を読み漁りました。
I decided to look through books for anything related to the number 6.
6
6. 666.
キリガンという鍵のありかは言葉遊びによって隠されていました。
The location of the key called Kirgan was hidden by a word game.
ならばきっとこの6もまた言葉遊びに関わるに違いない。
That meant the 6 things were surely connected to some sort of word game too. 6. 6. 6.
探しました。6を。
I kept searching for 6.
このキリガンという文字が6つに分解できるとか。
Is there some way to split up the characters in Kirgan to get 6?
いい推理だ。
A good idea.
しかし、この3つの漢字といくらにらめっこしても答えは出ない。
Still, no matter how much you stare at those 3 characters, you won't get an answer.
そもそも、キリガンなんて読み方自体、日本語読みだ。
The problem here is that Kirgan is just the Japanese reading of the name.
では、現地では何と？
Then, how do they pronounce it there? It's pronounced. It's pronounced Kilian.
それは英語だと6文字。
When written in Roman characters, that's 6 letters long.
6文字。
6 letters?
じゃあ、やはりこれは言葉遊び。
Then it is a word game after all.
第一の晩に 鍵の選びし6文字を生贄に捧げよってわけだ。
This is what it means by the 6 chosen by the key.
なるほど。
I get it. Talking about it like this, it sounds like a line of reasoning that can be reached in a second. However, it took a long time before I reached this spot on my own. A dizzying number of nights passed from the time Genji uttered that single word to the time I got this far.
では、この6文字を生贄に捧げるとは一体どういう意味でしょう？
So, what does it mean to offer these 6 letters as sacrifices?
続く第2の番以降、残されし者で話が進んでいく。
On the second twilight, we start hearing about those who remain.
何かの文字列から鍵の6文字を間引き、残った文字でどうこうしろと言っていることが推理できる。
Reasoning opens up the possibility that the 6 letters of the key are being removed from an even larger set of letters.
しかし、何から6文字を間引くのか。
However, what could the 6 letters be removed from?
それにも長く悩みました。
That puzzle worried me for a long time.
ここからはもはや新しい謎。
It's like the start of an entirely new riddle.
誰の助けもなく、今度こそ自分の力だけで解かねばなりませんでした。
This time, I would have to solve it all by myself without any assistance.
過去のゲームの中で、
In a
確かローザおばさんが
In a previous game,
第一の番について何か仮説を立てていたような気がします。
I'm pretty sure Aunt Rosa formed some sort of theory about the first Twilight.
第10の番の黄金の里に注目した推理だな。
Right. That theory about a 10-day journey ending at the 10th Twilight.
碑文の中には他に4度も黄金鏡という単語が登場するのに、なぜかこれ一つだけが黄金の里と記されている。
On the 10th Twilight, at Journey's End, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. She took that section to be a literal trip that ends when you attain to or reach the treasures of the Golden Land.
なぜ第10の番だけ黄金の里なのか。
What meaning was there in those words?
これに気づくのにも、そしてどうしてなのかに気づくのにも、これまた長い時間をかけました。
Realizing that there was something to be found, and then realizing that the something was actually... and then realizing what that something actually was took another long stretch of time.
ローザの推理はこうだ。
By Rosa's reasoning?
黄金の里を京と読み、京都の京と読み解いた。
Attain to meant reaching some physical location represented by the 4 treasures.
いい推理だったが惜しかった。
It was a good try, but not quite right.
今日は京都以外にも読み解けた。
It's not the treasures we're supposed to reach, but their power.
今日、京都以外で読み解く。
What does it even mean to reach the power of something like that?
難しく考えるな。
Don't overthink it.
そのままだ。
What else can the word power mean?
今日です。
You reach?
いえ、今日ではなく、K と読みましょうか。
Or rather, raise yourself to the power of the 4 treasures.
数字の単位です。
Starting at Twilight number 10.
1、10、100、1000、万、億、兆。
And this is... Then this is done, once and for the last time.
数字の単位。
Oh, so it's like an exponent. Like a math problem.
私の場合は、
Great.
この六軒島にいるという地の利がありましたから。
Here, I had a home field advantage since I lived on Rokenjima.
K を思い当てるヒントはあったのです。
There was a hint there that made it easier to think of a certain large number.
私の場合は、先に答えが分かってから、逆に問題の意味が分かったという感じでした。
In fact, you might say that I actually found the answer before I knew what the question was.
ややこしいことを言うとリオンが混乱する。
If you keep making it so complicated, Leon's gonna get a headache.
話を戻そう。
Let's get back to the point.
第10の番に一慶に至るなら、第1の番はいくつも。
10 to the 4th power is 10,000. If you reach 10,000 on the 10th Twilight, how far have you gotten by the 1st Twilight?
一慶の10分の1ですから。
Well, that's just 1/10 of 10,000.
1000兆。
1,000, right?
正解だ。
Right.
1000兆から 鍵の選びし6文字を間引く。
But while it gives us a single word, it has nowhere near enough letters and doesn't match the key at all.
チーリーアンが英語である以上、船長も英語であろうとはすぐに察しました。
However, the end of the line says that you will attain to the power once and for the last time. If we interpret this as raising 10 to the 4th power once, and then doing the same thing one final time, we end up with 10 quadrillion.
船長は英語ではクワドリリオン。
That's 10 quadrillion at the 10th twilight, or quadrillion at the first twilight.
第5のゲームでのバトラの推理通り11文字。
As Battler guessed in the 5th game, it has 11 letters.
いや、これはあんたの推理だった
Or should I say, as you guessed.
くしくも、この
Strangely,
スペルも冒頭は9。
strangely enough,
6文字の鍵の冒頭も9。
both words begin with Q.
きっと、これに違いないと直感しました。
I felt that this just had to be right. Leon took a notepad from a pocket and spelled out quadrillion and killion. The two words even looked similar at a glance. It's happening.
確かに
That's right.
クワドリリオンの中には鍵が示す6文字が確かに含まれています。
It's true that the 6 letters chosen by the key are right there inside quadrillion.
じゃあこの6文字を消すと
So, what happens if we take them out? We're left with 5 meaningless letters. However, the important thing is the number 5. After all, in the next part of the epitaph, the word kill appears 5 times. And then, on the 9th twilight, none shall be left alive. In other words, there should be 5 letters left.
しかもこの5文字は第5のゲームでのバトラさんの推理通り
On top of that, just as Battler-san guessed in the 5th game,
寄り添っている文字があります。
2 of these letters are close to each other.
D と R です。
The D and the R.
これが寄り添いし2人に違いない。
Those must be the 2 who are close.
ここまで来れば、もはや謎はほとんど解けたも同然。
Once you reach this spot, the riddle has been practically solved.
逆に言えば碑文だけで解ける謎はここまでだ。
Or, put another way, this is as far as you can go with the epitaph alone.
この後言葉遊びを続けても答えはわかるかもしれないが仕掛けは開かない。
You might be able to figure out the answer with a little more wordplay, but you won't be able to activate the device.
そうです。
That's right.
ここまでが分かれば、あとはそれに従い、えぐりて殺すのみです。
Once you know this much, all that remains is to gouge and kill.
お前はその場所の心当たりの方が先だったわけだ。
You had a good idea of where the place was, even before you got this far, right?
はい。
Yes.
もともと碑文が現れるより以前から、そこに黄金が隠されているのではないかと疑われていました。
Some people suspected that the gold was hidden there even before the epitaph appeared.
そしてそこに謎めいた一文があれば、きっと何か秘密が隠されているに違いないと思うのも当然のこと。
And, because of the mysterious phrase that appeared there, it's only natural that I thought this place concealed some secret.
その場所とは
What do you mean by the place?
黄金鏡の入り口を開ける仕掛けの場所だ。
The place with the device that opens the door to the Golden Land.
勘のいいやつなら鍵の選びし6人を生贄に捧げる第一の単語。
A quick-witted
どこのことかもう察してるはずだ。
A quick-witted person should be able to figure out where the first twilight is by now.
え
Huh?
それは船長のことであって場所のことではないのでは。
I thought the first twilight was quadrillion, not a place.
船長と記された場所だ。
It's a place where quadrillion is written.
お前は知ってるはずだが。
You should know it.
それともクソ真面目に金蔵の言いつけを守り近寄らなかったから知らないという。
Or did you blindly follow Kinzo's orders and never go near it?
第9章魔女の蘇り
Chapter 9 The Day the Witch Revived. Alright, so I'm feeling like still going on. I feel like I'm just getting started. I'm gonna throw up a BRB. Let's do an intermission. Let's go here. You get to hear the sound of the rain pitter-patter. Give me a few minutes, and I will be back shortly to see where Quadrillion is written. The place, the place where the sweet fish, yada yada. Do you think there's a chance we finish the episode tonight? Is this the last section because it's the last section of the little bookie thing? The little bookie thing? You know, the little bookie thing. Excuse me. You think maybe? Oh, that's exciting. That's exciting. Quadrillion. Such a big number. No one can count to that. It's impossible. There's only one place you'll find that word on Rokenjima. There's a lot left, but I don't recall how much is on the tea is on the tea parties. Oh, okay. Gold butterflies flitted from shadow to shadow, dodging raindrops.
わらわの記憶が間違っていなければ、確かここで見た覚えがある。
Unless my memory is mistaken, this is probably the place. It was the chapel. A mysterious building, one of the oldest on Rokenjima, which had been built at the same time as the mansion. It was called the chapel, but not once had Kinzo used it for worship, and the members of the family had never been allowed inside. There were strict orders that none approach it without reason, and its purpose has always been a mystery. However, all these mysteries got boring after several decades. At some point, everyone forgot the chapel even existed, and that splendid building passed from the thoughts of Rokenjima's residents. Of course, this has been true for Beato as well. Beato, who hated boredom, had no desire to approach places that humans never went. Her last memory was of the time she went in there to taunt Shannon as she tried to clean.
間違いない。
There can be no doubt.
あれであるな。
That is it.
クワドリリオン。
Quadrillion. Beato looked up above the door of the chapel. There was a relief displayed over an arch. English words were written there.
お前は1000兆分の1の確率でしか祝福されない。
You will be blessed only at a probability of a quadrillion to 1.
あの謎を解ける者が現れる確率をそなたは1000兆という名の奇跡に見立てたのか。
So, you thought that was the probability of someone solving this riddle. This chapel was built long ago. If there was a device like the one I imagine, Kinzo must have prepared that epitaph riddle many decades ago. He must have been planning to use it as a ceremony for choosing a fitting successor all that time. However, the ceremony is now a ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land and to my resurrection. When I snapped my fingers, the ground bulged and several snake-like dead trees sprouted up. They twisted around each other to form a ladder, which leaned itself against the door.
わらわの想像通りならば、あのレリーフが仕掛けだ。
If my guess is right, there's some sort of device in that relief. I slowly climbed the ladder. Because of the size of the door, the relief was very high up. This close up looks much bigger than it did from the ground.
そういえば、礼拝堂を大掃除するとき、
Come to think of it, whenever we clean the chapel,
あの源氏がわざわざこのレリーフだけは自らの手で磨いていたな。
this relief was the only thing that Genji always made sure he polished himself.
その程度のこと、なぜ若い使用人に任せぬのかと不思議に思っていたものだが。
I always wondered why I didn't leave something so trivial to the younger servants. I thought it strange, but nothing more. The master treasured this relief, so the head servant cared for it himself. I always accepted that excuse. But now, I understand. There must be something in this relief. And Genji polished it himself to make sure that no one else accidentally found out.
このクワドリリオンから鍵の選びし6文字を生贄に捧げるということ。
So, am I to sacrifice the 6 letters chosen by the key from Quadrillion? The tips of my fingers touched the cue. My fingertips were soon covered with dust. However, I quickly realized that there was something strange about it.
この文字、まさか。
Don't tell me this letter.
そうでなくてはならん。
No, it had to be like this.
でなくては
生贄に捧げられぬからな。
There'd be no other way to offer up sacrifices. Beato grabbed the letter Q. After lightly playing around with it in various ways, she pulled it out with a slight clunk.
やはりな。
Just as I thought. Here's the Q I pulled out. And this part's a wedge. No, it's a key. A key was attached to the back of the letter Q and had been stuck into a keyhole in the relief.
そういうことか。
I see.
ならば、あとはわかるぞ。
In that case, I know what to do next.
よしよし。この Q の鍵は違う。
Very good. This Q key is a wrong answer.
お前は外れだ。
Enough with you. Beato carelessly tossed the key to Q. Q key. Fuck this. Q key aside. Sorry for my vulgar words. This was the first sacrifice. She kept on pulling out the keys for the 6 letters representing the key.
A も生贄であるな。
So, A will also be sacrificed.
そして I も2つ生贄だ。
And both eyes.
最後の N も生贄か。
And then the N at the end.
L は1文字を生贄であるが、困ったぞ。L は2つあるではないか。
Now, I only sacrificed 1 eye, but unfortunately, there are 2 eyes here. There were 2 eyes. I didn't know which one I should sacrifice. I tried pulling both out, but the keys were of different shapes. So, one is a right answer, and one is a wrong answer.
どうせ2通りしかない。
Well, there are only 2.
誤りだったらもう片方を試せばいいだけのこ
If I make a mistake, I can just try the other one. Unless messing up sets of a trap that blows up the island, of course. Thinking it a waste of time to sit here worrying, I decided on the rightmost eye and pulled it out. Or is that L? 5 letters remain in the word.
と。これにて第1の番は終了だ。
And now, the first twilight is over.
続いて第2の番。
On to the second twilight. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close.
D と R が寄り添っているな。
The D and R are close.
これを引き裂くとはいかに。
What does it mean to tear them apart?
抜けばよいのか。
Do I pull them out? But if I do, there will only be 3 letters left. By this point, I was able to make a good guess at what the gouge and kill lines meant.
えぐりて殺せはおそらく鍵をひねって回してから引き抜けという意味であるに違いない。
Gouge and kill probably means to turn the keys and take them out.
となれば頭から足はおそらく左の文字鍵から右へ順にそれを行えという意味に違いあるまい。
In that case, the parts about going from head to leg must mean starting at the left and going right. If that's the case, there must be 5 characters left on the board. In other words, tear apart doesn't mean kill.
それで引き裂けと考えた場合、この D と R、2字の間隔を空けよと読み取れるな。
If so, then we can read tear apart to mean putting a gap between the D and the R.
しかし、
But how?
どうやまたしてもやり方は2通りであるぞ。
Once again, there are 2 ways to do it. Do I remove the D and move it to the left? Or do I remove the R and move it to the right? After pondering this for some time, I realized that both choices were wrong.
違う。
No,
そうではないのだ。
that's not right.
さっきの L から間違っていた。
I've had it wrong ever since I removed that L. A short while ago, I removed the right of the 2 L's. However, if I had removed the left one, it would look like this. If you line it up this way, it's easy to see the next step. The R gets shifted to the right. This way, all the letters are spread out evenly. This must be it. I mean, that's...
次がまた難題であるぞ。
I mean, not to nitpick or anything, but like, if you have this very lengthy and hard, you know, to figure out puzzle and riddle and shit. That's quite a leap of logic to be like, oh, surely they want me to have equal spaces in between each letter. Like you're just assuming. That's quite the assumption to make, is what I'm saying. But whatever. And this next part is another tough one. Praise my name. It's already clear that this is a word game. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Just what are the remaining 5 letters supposed to do? Probably change their order to form a word.
U D R L O.
U D R L O.
この5文字をどうにかす
Urdro.
何かの意味になるということ
Uryu. What should be done about these 5 letters? Praise my name. Jason Derulo. Heh.
ここまで来てわけのわからない
God,
謎
I would fucking love if like it was Derulo for some reason. How can I get stuck after coming so far?
この5文字でどう我が名とやらを称えろというのか
How are these 5 letters supposed to praise a name? That man's name is Ishiromiya Kinzo. Is the U part of Ishiromiya? No. Several letters don't match, and there aren't nearly enough letters to make Ishiromiya. Wait a second, let me see something. I'm looking. Alright, for some reason I would thought, like, for a second I was like, okay, spin the U around. Like, spin the U around and it becomes an N. And then I was like, there's the O. And then I was like,
我が名とは金蔵を指すことだけは間違いない
One thing is certain, my name must refer to Kinzo.
ならばやはり U は後ろ宮を指すのか
Then, does the U stand for Ishiromiya after all?
イニシャルであるとか
Like, an initial?
ならば D R L O は
Oh
何を
man.
意味する
Then what do the DRLO and stand for?
金蔵も意味せん
They can't mean Kinzo.
R O でまさか六軒島を
Do the R and O stand for Rokenjima?
六軒島の主金蔵
The master of Rokenjima, Kinzo.
字数がまるで足らぬ
Not nearly enough letters. This riddle left me totally confused. However, there were only 5 letters left. Can't be too many possible combinations of those letters. I could use process of elimination. Thinking I'd play around with it, I pulled out the U. There are 4 letters left. D, R, L, O. It's drill. My idea that the U stood for Ishiromiya was like a heavenly oracle. When I removed the U, I thought of making a word with the remaining 4 letters. D, R, L, and O. Those 4 letters spun around in my head, changing their orders, and latched upon a single English word that would serve to praise Kinzo.
ロードだ
It's Lord!
ロード
Lord! I had absolutely no basis for it. However, it was like a flash of inspiration. I quickly changed the letters around before that flash faded from my mind.
L O R D
L O R D
ロード
Lord!
U
You!
後ろ宮
Ishiromiya!
後ろ宮教どうか
Lord Ishiromiya.
第4の番に頭をえぐりって
On the 4th twilight, gouged the head. Oh. Oh, it was a key, so it would have turned if it was the wrong... So it wouldn't have turned if it was the wrong one. But it did turn. I managed to gouge it. I gouged the first letter, the L, with a click, and then pulled it out.
次第5の番
Next, the 5th twilight.
胸をえぐりて
Gouge the chest and kill. The O was gouged and pulled out easily. Then the R. Next, the D. And finally, the U. When I turned the key of the U, I could feel a resistance, as though some device had been activated. I waited for something to change, but nothing did. However, I felt something happen. A secret door must have opened up somewhere around here. Waiting around won't accomplish anything. I've probably done everything I can here. All the letters in quadrillion have been removed.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. So this way, so this way, has the witch, have I revived? The 10th twilight. At journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. When I stepped down off the ladder and looked around, I immediately noticed a small change.
ライオンの像が。
That lion statue. At some point, the lion statue in the front of the chapel had turned to face a different direction. How did that work? Did Kinzo plan up this extravagant device back when he first started building on this island? I walked up to the island statue and stared at it. Other than the fact that it was pointing a different direction, nothing had changed. In that case, is the lion looking at something in particular now? I followed its line of sight and saw another lion statue. And that lion statue had also changed its direction.
なるほど。
Interesting.
ライオンの道案内に従えということか。
So, follow the lion guideposts.
金蔵に凝った仕掛けを作りおる。
As intricate as ever, I see, Kinzo. I wasn't complaining anymore. I felt a bit of respect and awe at Kinzo for setting up such an intricate device and having it go undiscovered for all these years. There were lion statues standing like guardian deities at the entrance and the corners of the chapel. The direction they faced had changed, pointing out to the back of the chapel. There was something there. Oh? It was no longer a surprise. This was after the contraption with the letters, after being guided by the lines. So, when a gaping open secret passageway appeared, with stairs leading down to the darkness below, it wasn't surprising to me anymore.
これが黄金鏡への入り口だというのか。
So, is this the entrance to the Golden Land, Kinzo? Did you find it?
おじい様の
Grandfather's gold?
はい。
Yes.
長い長い時間をかけてたどり着いた黄金鏡でした。
It took ages and ages, but I had reached the Golden Land.
過去のゲームによるならば、そこには地下の貴賓室があり、そして10トンの黄金が。
According to the previous games, there was an underground VIP room there, along with 10 tons of gold, right?
はい。
Yes.
地下への武骨な階段を降りていくと、突き当たりには扉が。
After going down a rough stairway, there was a door at the end of the passage.
中はまさに貴賓室と呼ぶべき美しき内装でした。
Inside, it was beautifully furnished, a true VIP room.
見つけたのは黄金だけだったのか？
And was the gold all you found there?
はい、その時は。
Yes, at the time.
積み上げられた黄金に目がくらまぬわけもありませんでした。
It would be a lie to say that I was not dizzied by the sight of all that gold stacked high. Thwomp.
これは
Is this
本物なのか？
real? I lightly touched the pile of gold with my finger. It was hard and cold. I must have imagined that it would crumble like a sandcastle if I touched it. Now, there could be no doubt. This certainly was a 10-ton pile of gold ingots. Considering the amount of gold I had just found, I figured I ought to be crying out in delight. It didn't really feel like laughing, but I thought it was only good manners to do so in a situation like this, so I forced it out. Because of this, only a few feeble laughs slid from my mouth. At that moment, even stronger than any delight was a feeling as though I'd entered a place I wasn't supposed to be. I couldn't think of what I should do next, now that the epitaph's riddle had been completed. Then, I heard approaching footsteps. It was coming from the stairway I had entered by. Someone was coming. Could it be Kinzo? If he finds out I've been in a place like this, will I get scolded harshly? I thought about hiding and forgetting this ever happened, but my legs wouldn't move. I kept standing there, stunned, in front of the pile of gold, as the footsteps drew closer and closer. The door opened, and I saw who it was. It wasn't Kinzo. You?
自分の力だけでたどり着いたのか?
Did you reach this place by your power alone? Indeed. For some time, Genji stared at Byato in silence, as though he was calculating something. Then, he slowly clapped his hands together. He did it again, over and over. It took quite a long time before I realized that he was applauding me.
親方様は碑文を最初に解いた者に黄金と家督のすべてを譲り渡すとおっしゃられた。
The master has said that he will hand over the gold and the headship to the first person who solves the epitaph.
そしてその人物がベアトリーチェであると信じた。
And he believed that this person would be Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice.
私が。
Me?
これは運命だ。
This is fate.
お前は今日を迎えるのが運命だったのだ。
It is fate that brought you to this day. I didn't really understand what Genji was saying. Surely the shock of seeing the gold still had me paralyzed.
こっちへ来なさい。
Come this way.
はい。
Okay. Genji opened a closet. Inside it was a torso wearing a beautiful dress made of black cloth and golden stitching. When I saw it, I understood immediately. It was the witch's dress. The black dress worn by the Beatrice in the portrait.
これに着替えなさい。
Change into this.
これは
This is...
かつてお前が着ていたものだ。
It is something you once wore. I've never worn a dress like this. However, I understood what Genji meant. This dress was one that Beatrice once wore, and the one who displays a miracle by solving the epitaph is Beatrice. Ah, transitive property and all. By reaching this room, I succeeded the position of the real Beatrice. I know. The one in the portrait. Why do I call myself Beatrice? Because the name of the Golden Witch who ruled over Okanjima's night is Beatrice? That's right. Can we get much higher? That's right. I wasn't the real Beatrice. I was a different witch, stealing the name of the witch from Kinzo's delusions. And now, I have succeeded the real Beatrice. By solving the epitaph's riddle, my resurrection will be complete. I was the one who decided on that rule. However, this really was a ceremony to resurrect Beatrice. In the past, I believed that I could create my own fate with my magic. How ironic that one who could control magic at will would be guided by fate to this place. At that moment, I had no choice but to truly accept and believe in this word called fate.
これを着たら
And after I put this on?
親方様のところへ行く。
Don't do it. You will go to the master. Don't do it. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
支度をしなさい。
Ready yourself. Oh, this is foreboding music.
ここで待て。
Wait here.
はい。
Okay.
親方様。
Master.
源氏でございます。
It is Genji. After Genji knocked, the sound of the study's doors unlocking could be heard. After a single glance telling me to wait, Genji entered alone.
このような日が来るとは。
I cannot believe that this day has come.
運命とは本当に不思議なものです。
Fate can be such a strange thing. Kumasawa was with us too. I thought this dress, which didn't really suit me, would lead to a lot of jokes, but she didn't laugh at me at all. On the contrary, when she saw me, her expression had turned stern, as though a long-awaited day had finally come. My heart raced. Supposedly, anyone should have been able to solve the epitaph. There shouldn't be anything strange about me solving it. Genji and the others kept wearing serious expressions, and that, along with everything else, made this feel like some sort of grand ceremony. The suffocating silence continued. Eventually, the door opened and Genji peeked out.
お入りください。
Enter.
ベアトリーチェ様。
Beatrice-sama. He was saying those words to me, but not to the person I had been until a short while ago.
さあ、
Go ahead.
どうぞ。
Beatrice-sama.
ベアトリーチェ様。
Beatrice-sama. Kumasawa also urged me forward with a respectful bow. Kinzo was probably waiting for me inside. What expression should I wear as I go in? How should I greet him? I don't have a clue. As the two of them motioned me forward, it was all I could do to avoid tripping over my dress as I walked.
金蔵さん。
Kinzo-san.
いらっしゃいましたぞ。
She is here. Kinzo was crouched on the ground, as though kneeling before the portrait of Beatrice. It's like, congratulations, you solved the world's most difficult riddle. Your prize? Meeting potentially creepy old man. Good luck. Kinzo was crouched on the ground, as though kneeling before the portrait of Beatrice. At Nandra's words, he slowly turned, still crouching. Potentially creepy is way understating it. All right, you know, I'm just saying potentially. I meant like, sure. Let's leave the past in the past, and I'm saying like from here on out, potentially creepy. Oh. Kinzo's eyes were already red with crying. When he saw me, he groaned with wonder. Beatrice. Beatrice. Had he even forgotten how to stand up? He crawled over to where I was, while calling out to me with the name of the woman he had loved long ago. I was too stunned to move. Kinzo grabbed the hem of my dress, gripped it tightly, then curled up and sobbed. Beatrice! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I knew how you felt, and yet I... I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. The words weren't directed at me. However, just standing here like this was all I needed to do. Kinzo's moment of atonement, the moment he had spent half of his life searching for, had finally come. A human's life is stained with sin. So, humans seek forgiveness while they still live. However, in most cases, the person capable of granting such forgiveness is no longer on this earth. It was like that for Kinzo too. The one he sought no longer existed in this world. Instead, that forgiveness had been woven together by a miracle, and now Kinzo had received it.
Oh, Beatrice!
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 I'm gonna hurt myself doing that. Beatrice!
たとえ許してくれなくてもいい。何も言わなくてもいい。
You need not forgive me. You need not say anything.
私はお前にただ一言謝れればそれでよかった。
I simply needed to apologize to you just once. Oh. Kinzo kept grasping the dress's hem and sobbing. The sins of humans are not forgiven from without. The sins of humans are not forgiven from without. Forgiveness is found through regret and repentance. I want to believe that some sin, some fault of his, has been forgiven thanks to the way I look. Kinzo's sobbing gradually ceased, and he slowly looked up at me and rose. He looked unsteady. Nanjo rushed forward to support him. So, I see that you are alive. I'm glad. This time, these words weren't directed through me, but at me. I hesitated, unsure how I should respond.
今日まで親方様に内密にしておりましたことをどうかお許しください。
I beg your forgiveness for keeping this a secret from you all this time. No matter. I do not fault you, Genji.
私の犯した罪を思えば今日までの日々は全て贖罪のために必要な日々であったのだ。
Considering the sin that I committed, every single day until now has been necessary for my atonement.
しかし、今日の奇跡は紛れもなく本物の奇跡でございます。
However, there can be no doubt that today's miracle is a true one.
彼女は誰の助けもなく自分だけの力で
By her own power, without anyone's help.
誰よりも最初に碑文を解いたのです。
She solved the epitaph before anyone else.
よくぞあの難解な碑文を解けたな。
Well done, solving such a difficult epitaph.
はい。
Thanks. Indeed.
母の声によく似ておる。
Your voice resembles your mother's.
面影も母や娘を思い出す。
Even your face reminds me of that mother and daughter.
紛れもなくお前にはベアトリーチェの血が流れておる。
There could be no doubt that Beatrice's blood flows through your veins.
はい。
See, blood flows. Yes.
若き日のクアドリアンのお嬢様の面影がよく残っております。
The traces of the Lady of Koadorian in her youth are right there. Does my face look like someone else's?
ベアトリーチェ様。
Beatrice-sama.
これまであなたにも秘密にしてきたことをどうかお許しください。
Please forgive me for keeping this a secret, even from you.
あなたはベアトリーチェ様と親方様よりお生まれになったのです。
Your parents are Beatrice-sama and the Master. What?
真実でございます。
It's true.
あなた様は今日まで両親のいない子として育てられてまいりました。
Until now, you have been raised as a child without parents.
しかし、本当のお父上は親方様。
However, your true father is the Master.
そして本当のお母上は ベアトリーチェ様なのでございます。
And your true mother is Beatrice-sama.
それは
No, this is the third Beato. This is the third. This is the unfortunate. This is the third Beato that didn't die and become Leon. This is, you know, Kumasawa or Genji says, "Oh, your father is the master," but it's her grandfather is also the master. So, is that really?
はい。
Yes.
あなたは本当にベアトリーチェ様のご子孫でございます。
I have that right? I wanted to make sure I was keeping it straight as well. The whole. Okay, you truly. Okay. Then, okay. I wanted to make sure. I was pretty sure I was pretty confident in what I was saying there. But yes, this is again, third Beato, mother or daughter to Kuadorian Beato and the master, and the Kuadorian Beato is the Beato of also the master, the offspring of the master, and the original Beatrice. And this is the small fragment possibility world universe where the baby that does get thrown off the cliff, but then is like retrieved by Genji, or that is it? No, it's the one. there's oh no, I mix it up. I know where I made the mistake. The massive, yes, this is the actual big possibility. I took the wrong chunk of the probability pie. I took the wrong chunk of the probability pie. Okay. Just go back to what I was saying earlier. The small probability is the one with Leon. The small possibility was Leon, and that's why the world is so weird and everything. The bigger possibility is the one that's happening here. Anyway. Yes. You truly are a descendant of Beatrice-sama. I really hope. Here's the thing. Dude, I know there's at least one person who is watching me play through. Well, I know obviously there's someone here, but I know at least on the VODs, I know of someone who watches the VODs, especially on YouTube, that is watching this for the first time and doesn't have doesn't know how the story unfolds already, and I'm probably just making it worse for them. It's such a strange fate, really possible. I've dreamed about it. Dreamed about what it'd be like to be the Golden Witch, Beatrice. But that dream had been mine alone. I dreamed that if I solved the epitaph and carried out its ceremony, I would revive as the true Beatrice. So, is it okay to believe that since I've solved it, Beatrice really has revived? I truly carry Beatrice's blood?
はい。
Yes.
一切の紛れはございません。
There is no doubt of that whatsoever.
今日まで親子の愛情も知らず、さぞやおつらい思いをされてきたでしょう。
I'm half bad bitch. It must have been hard for you to live until this day without knowing a parent's affection.
にもかかわらず、本当にご立派に育たれました。
And yet, look at how wonderfully you've grown.
皆さんは知ってたんですか?
So, you all knew?
私のことを
About me? Genji, Kumasawa, and even Nanjo nodded wordlessly. Now that I think about it, there must have been lots of hints. I've always felt as though there was something special about me. Genji and especially Kumasawa always treated me very kindly. Then, does that mean this day is a promised day, which would eventually have come no matter what? I don't understand anything anymore. It's all a miracle from God. A promised fate has led me to this day. Beatrice.
Yeah.
No. Leon.
そなたに与えようと思っていた名前だ。
That is the name I wanted to give you.
あなたの本当の名前でございます。
It is your true name.
リオン。今こそそなたにベアトリーチェより与えられたすべてを返そう。
I will now return to you everything that Beatrice gave me.
あの黄金もそれによって生み出された後ろ宮家のすべてもそなたに返そう。
I return to you the gold, as well as everything of the Ishiromiya family, which was created by... Kinzo stuck out a hand that looked like a rotting tree. On his finger was a ring with the one-winged eagle crest, the symbol of the Ishiromiya family head. They're crying in the parking lot of a Walmart. He pulled it off, grasped it tightly, and then held it out to me. I didn't know what to do. Slowly, as though they were being drawn forward, I held out my hands, palms up. After pressing his fists against my cupped hands, Kinzo slowly opened his hands and let the ring drop. Leon, my child. All the ways your fate has been toyed with until today were caused by my sins. Please forgive me. You will now inherit my ring. You are the new Ishiromiya family head. And like confetti and streamers and balloons start falling from the ceiling. All of that gold belongs to you. I ask that you use it as you please, and hope that it will be enough to heal some small part of the pain you have suffered. Meanwhile, they're having like this moment inside this room in the study or whatever, and then you hear just like some knocking. You have like Natsui or like Kraus trying to get in. So they're like, what's going on in there, Kinzo? That trifling amount of gold may be nothing in comparison with the sin I committed. But even so, it should be enough to bring you some comfort. Thank you. Leon. I have one final request. What is that? Could you call me? Sorry, what did you say? Could you call me father? I understand why you're not able to. I've not been a father to you in any way. Furthermore, you have been raised without knowing anything about a father. I realize that it's not a name you can call me by. And I realize that I have no right to ask this of you.
だが、それを承知で頼む。
But even with that in mind, please.
それさえ聞けたなら、もう私に何の未練もない。
If I could just hear that, I would have no further regrets. We take the small victories. After being asked like that, could I possibly have refused? Even if I am his child, I truly can acknowledge him as my father. So, it felt very strange to say it. And yet, I decided that saying it was the right thing to do. Well, only God can truly forgive sins. But, though it may be temporary, people can be saved by the forgiveness of others. Yes. I don't know if this was 100% intentional, but it's the opposite of the remember the fucking in the previous episode where Battler had like created the heavy quotes created the Beatrice, and she just kept referring to him as father, and he was like, "Stop calling me that," and she was like, "I find it hard to do that." Whatever. I guess that was probably intentional. It seems too easy to be a parallel, a perpendicular. Father. That awkward word made Kinzo laugh. Drops of silver fell from both of his eyes. At that moment, the shadow that had covered his face was wiped away. Thank you, Leon. My child. And Beatrice as well. Thank you for this last chance to ask for forgiveness. Of course, I don't believe that I've been forgiven by this alone. I shall atone for the rest as I burn in the fires of hell. I, Shiromiya Kinzo, have no more regrets in this life. None at all. No regrets or matters left unfinished. Can you please put those eyes away, Kinzo? Please. Whoa! 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 Looking up to the heavens, Kinzo spread his arms as though facing an applauding audience, laughing at the top of his lungs. It was a final pleasure known only by those who have been released from all regrets of this world. Kinzo's laugh weakened, and when it disappeared, he dropped to his knees, like a puppet with its strings cut, and slowly fell to the ground.
Oh.
Master.
Nanjo-sensei.
Dr. Nanjo? Yes. Though their master had fallen, it's too poetic. Though their master had fallen, they walked up to him slowly. They already knew. Kinzo's soul had already burned itself out. After checking Kinzo's pulse, Nanjo shook his head and stood back up. It was a peaceful death. I don't think he had any regrets at all.
親方様はあるいはもうずっと以前にお亡くなりになっていたのです。
It may be that the master died long before now.
それを親方様の魔法と執念で今日までを流らえていたに過ぎないのです。
It was only his magic and tenacity that kept him here so long.
そしてベアトリーチェ様に謝罪する機会をようやく得て全てを終えられたのでしょう。
And he finally had a chance to apologize to Beatrice-sama for everything, and finished everything he had to do.
安らかにお眠りください。
Please, rest in peace.
あなたは罪を償われたと信じます。
I believe that you have redeemed yourself.
お父様。
Father? I gotta see this. What is this? That was the one night reunion between me and my father. And also our final farewell. Sorry. I clicked. Okay. This gold all belongs to you now.
現金化をご希望でしたら、そのように手配することもできます。
If you wish to exchange it for money, I could arrange for that. Oh, she's truly is like, hey, would you like the cash option on winning the lottery? Or would you like to be paid out once a month for the next 20 years? I hear it's worth 20 billion yen.
もうあんたにはこの世で金で叶えられぬ夢はありませんな。
From here on, any of your dreams in this world can be granted with money.
急にこんな大金が手に入っても使い道に困ってしまいますね。
It must be tough to think of what to do with this much money when it suddenly comes your way. Oh, yeah, speaking of which, first thing I'd like to do with this large lump of money, get me off of this island with all these psychopaths safely. I cannot have anyone coming after me.
お金で手に入れられるものの中に私の欲しいものはありません。
There's nothing I desire among the things money can buy.
ですからこれは当分はそのままにしておこうと思います。
So, for the present, I would like to leave this here. Of course, I'm glad I have a lot of money. However, money can't heal the pain in my heart. I just want him to come back.
かしこまりました。
As you wish.
では、そのようにいたします。
Then, shall be left here.
それから、この鍵を。
Also, take this key.
これは
What is this?
この地下貴賓室へ至る鍵です。
It is a key to the underground VIP room.
これを使えば、もう仕掛けを使う必要はありません。
If you use this, you won't need to use that entrance contraption. She was the only one who knew the answer to the epitaph riddle, and the only key to this place was now hers. At this point, she truly was the master of this golden VIP room.
あなたはもはや、この六軒島の主です。
You are already the master of Rokenjima.
この島のすべての秘密をお知りになられる資格があります。
You have the right to know all of this island's secrets.
クワドリアンのことも話すべきでしょうな。
We should talk about Kuwadorian too.
あなたのお母上がお過ごしになられた隠し館です。
That's the mansion your mother lived in.
お噂くらいはお聞きになったことがあるでしょう。
I'm sure you've heard rumors about it.
クワドリアン
Kuwadorian?
この島の両端には2つの屋敷があります。
There are two mansions on this island, one at either end.
一方は私たちのよく知るお屋敷。
One is the mansion we know well.
もう一方はクワドリアンと呼ばれる隠し屋敷でございます。
The other is a hidden mansion known as Kuwadorian.
この島の地下には戦争中に作られた基地の跡があるのです。
Below this island are the remains of a military base built during the war.
親方様はそれを利用されて島の両端を行き来されておりました。
The master used that to travel between the two ends of the island.
この部屋の奥に地下道があり、それを進めば島の反対側のクワドリアンの地下につながります。
There is an underground path in the back of this room, and if you follow it, you will reach the basement of Kuadorian on the other end of this island.
親方様しかご存知でない秘密の屋敷です。
That is a secret mansion, which only the master knew of.
もちろんその屋敷ももはや新しき当主のものです。
Of course, that mansion also now belongs to the new head.
あんたのお母さんが暮らしていた屋敷だ。
It's the mansion your mother lived in.
一度行ってみるのもいいだろう。
It will probably be worth taking a trip over there sometime.
私のお母さん。
My mother? I've lived alone my whole life. The only person I've ever felt like calling mother is Kumasala-san, who also helped me out. Or always helped me out, I mean. So, there's a mansion where a mother I've never met nor seen lived. Who exactly am I?
何でもお尋ねください。
Ask any questions you wish.
今のあなたには全てを知る資格がございます。
You now deserve to know everything.
今は何が何だかわからなくて。
Right now, I'm feeling very confused.
何から聞けばいいかもわかりません。
I don't even know where I should start asking questions.
でもきっとたくさん聞きたいことがこれから見つかると思います。
But I'm sure I'll think of plenty of things to ask about.
その時教えてください。
When I do, please tell me.
かしこまりました。
As you wish.
あと、
Also,
そんなにかしこまられると
being treated so respectfully like that
居心地が悪いです。
is a bit uncomfortable.
これまでと同じ口調で話しかけてくれた方が嬉しいです。
I'd be happier if you could talk to me the same way you've always done.
それをお望みでしたら、そのようにもいたします。
If that is what you wish, then I will do so. Ho 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 ho.
私もその方が気楽です。
That's easier for me too.
さて。
Well now.
これからどうするんだ、源氏さん。
What will we do now, Genji-san?
金蔵さんは亡くなった。
Kinzo-san is dead.
旦那様と奥様にお亡くなりになられたことをお伝えします。
I will tell Kraus-sama and Madam that he has passed away.
そしてリオン様が正式な当主後継者であることをお伝えしなくてはなりません。
Then, we must tell them that Leon-sama is the official successor to the headship.
今日よりあなたが後ろ宮家当主なのですから。
After all, from this point forth, you are the Ishiromiya family head.
私が当主なんてそんな。
Me as the head, that's...
それに次期当主はクラウス様では。
And isn't Kraus-sama the successor?
碑文の謎を解いた者が次期当主である。
The one who solves the epitaph's riddle is his successor.
これはお預かりしている遺言状にも明記してございます。
There exists a will specifying this much. Does she just basically say, I don't want it, and just let them act like they're the successor?
親方様の最後の命令があなたに全てを引き継ぐことなのです。
The master's final order was that you were to inherit everything.
待ってください。
Please wait.
お気持ちは嬉しいですが、私には次期当主なんて務まりませんし。
I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't do the job of being the successor.
そんな退任、とても引き受けできません。
And I can't accept such a big responsibility.
その役目はやはりクラウス様が引き継がれる方がいいと思います。
And I can't accept such a... Oh, I read that. I think it would be better for Kraus-sama to inherit that role.
よろしいのですか?
Are you certain?
私は今日ここで自分が誰かを知ることができました。
Today, I have learned who I am.
人なら誰でも知っている両親のこと。
Everyone knows about their parents.
私には生まれながらにしてそれがなかった。
But I didn't, since the time of my birth.
それを今日ここで得ることができました。
And here, today, I finally learned the truth.
それだけで私は十分なんです。
That alone is enough for me. If I suddenly became the Ishimiya family head, how would Kraus-sama react? How angry would Madame be? I don't want to become the head if it means making them feel like that. Today, I learned who I am. Who gave birth to me, how, and when. These are things I want to learn from them as time goes by. That alone is enough.
私はリオン。
I am Leon.
そして黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェです。
And I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
それが分かっただけで私は十分です。
Knowing that is enough for me.
私は当主を主張するつもりはありません。
I don't plan on calling myself the head.
その役目はクラウス様に。
Kraus-sama could take that job.
それは後ろ宮家当主としてのご命令ですか?
Is that your order as the Ishimiya family head?
はい。
Yes. Damn.
かしこまりました、親方様。
As you wish, master.
では、そのようにいたします。
And I will make it so.
今夜のこともすべて内密にしてください。
And please, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight.
私はこれからも私のままでいます。
I want to stay me.
私が後ろ宮家の当主になって、あるいは黄金を手に入れて、やりたいことなど何もないのですから。
There's nothing I want to do with the Ishimiya hardship or the gold. I just...
この島でこれまでと同じように待っていたいだけなのです。
I want to wait, here on this island, as I've done in the past.
これまでと同じに何も変わらずに。
I want everything to be exactly the same as it was.
それだけが私の望みです。
That's my only wish.
かしこまりました、親方様。
As you wish, master.
今夜のことはすべてこの場限りの秘密といたします。
Everything that has happened tonight will not go beyond those present here.
熊沢、
Kumasawa,
南條先生、
Dr. Nanjo,
新しき当主様はそうご希望でいらっしゃいます。
that is the wish of the new head.
あんたがそうしたいというなら、私は何の異論もない。
If that's what you want, I have no objections.
金蔵さんの遺言は、あんたに全てを委ねるだ。
Kinzo-san's will entrusted everything to you.
そのあんたがそれを望むなら、私たちには何の文句もない。
If this is what you want to do, none of us will complain.
これまでと同じようにと言いますけれど、
You say exactly the same as it was.
本当にこれまでと同じようにこの島で生活を続けられるのですか?
But do you really mean exactly the same?
これまでと何も変わらず?
With no differences at all?
はい。
Yes.
今夜のことは秘密にします。
We'll keep this a secret.
ここも黄金も封印します。
This place and the gold will be sealed away.
もしもお金が必要になったら、その時改めて相談することにします。
If I need money, I'll ask you about it then.
私にはそれで十分です。
That's enough for me.
かしこまりました。
As you wish.
ここに至る仕掛けも鍵もすべてあなただけのものでございます。
The device leading to this place and the key both belong to you.
そして今夜のことは私ども一同秘密にすることを誓います。
And all of us swear to keep the events of this night a secret.
次期当主はクラウス様となられますが、
Kraus-sama will be the successor.
私の中では真の当主様はあなただけでございます。
But in my heart, you will be the only true successor.
ご命令に従い、これからもこれまでと同じように振る舞いますが、いつでもご用命ください。
As you have ordered, we will behave the same as we always have, but please order us wherever it suits you.
私の主は
You are my only master.
あなただけな。
Oh, I cut him off. I'm sorry, Genji.
ありがとうございます。
Genji always talking so slow. Thank you very much. A vast mountain of gold and the ring of the Ishimiya family head, the dress of the portrait Beatrice, and I become the true Beatrice, the Golden Witch. Right here in my very own Golden Land. If I think about it, not much has actually changed. After all, I've always been the Golden Witch. I've just had a few more people acknowledge that. November 29th. The day I became a true witch. Oh, I am one yet many. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. The true ruler of Rokenjima and the possessor of endless gold. And yet, I am in no way complete. I await the return of the one person I love. Clap, 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 clap. That is...
私の話はおしまいです。
That is the end of my tale.
あら。
Oh.
それでおしまい？
Is that all?
そこからの2年間が楽しいんじゃないの？
But aren't the next 2 years pretty fun?
必要ね。
We don't need them.
どれだけ苦しみ、葛藤したか。
After all, we've heard in the past games about your inner conflict and how you suffered.
過去のゲームであれだけ語らせて、これ以上語らせる必要はね。
You don't need to say anymore.
魂が満たない家具たちの葛藤ですか？
You mean the conflict of the furniture with incomplete souls?
決闘はしたのです。
There was a duel.
決着もつきかけていました。
The result had almost been decided.
しかし、1986年という年はあまりに無慈悲が過ぎました。
However, the year 1986 was incredibly merciless.
運命を呪ったろうな。
I'll bet you cursed your fate.
はい。
Yes.
あと1年早ければ。
If it had been 1 year sooner.
あるいは遅ければ。
Or else 1 year later.
決闘の勝敗は違う形ではあってもついただろうな。
The duel would have been settled, though the way it got settled would have been different. Silently, Claire hung her head. If only I had been given time. Or else, if I hadn't been given time to worry. I hate everything. Why did it have to be 1986?
私は
I decided
委ねる決断をしました。
to abandon control over everything.
委ねる。
Abandon control?
先代当主より全てを受け継いだ儀式の時のように、
Like the ceremony in which I inherited everything from the previous head.
私もまた奇跡という名の運命に身を委ねることを選びました。
I decided to abandon myself to the fate known as a miracle. It may be more accurate to say that I abandoned myself to the choice of the roulette. We, could not even decide our own fate. So we let fate decide everything for us. Perhaps one of us will find what they seek. Or perhaps all will be joined and released. Or perhaps someone will put a stop to this folly.
どの運命をルーレットが指し示そうとも、
No matter which fate the roulette chose,
私はそれに従うことにしました。
I plan to obey its ruling.
私は運命に抗わない。
I will not resist fate.
抗ったって、いつだって運命は私に非常だったんですから。
After all, whenever I've tried in the past, fate has always been heartless to me. Claire hung her head and let a single tear drop down. Humans will carelessly say that people possess infinite possibilities. However, the Endless Witch knows how limited those possibilities really are. So, out of her limited fate, she tried to create the infinite. By entrusting her fate to God, she tried to create the infinite. However, this did not mean that she was resigned to her fate. She spun the roulette of fate with an unshakable and certain will. A certain fate, where absolutely no one could escape if the epitaph was not solved. She sealed off the island with it, herself included. October 4th and 5th, 1986 were sealed away by an absolute and certain will. And she abandoned herself to that short span of time and the one fate out of many that would be chosen on that island.
これで
And now, my confession is over.
今度こそ私の告白はおしまいです。
Isn't that enough to place my motive for the crime?
私の事件への動機はもう十分でしょう。
If you still do not know, I will say no more.
これでわからぬならもはや語りません。
It's not as though anyone could.
どうせ私の心など誰もわからぬでしょうから。
Understand my heart anyway.
そうだな。
Yeah,
もうそれ以上を語る必要はね。
there's no need to say anymore.
運命の袋小路に迷い込んだ私にとって
Leon,
リオンあなたがどれほどの希望であるかわかるでしょうか。
after watching how I have wandered through the dead end of fate, do you see how great a hope you are to me?
私はあなたの別の可能性。
I'm a different possible you.
あなたが幸せであることは妬ましく、そしてそれ以上に眩しくて嬉しいのです。
The happiness you live in makes me jealous, but even more overwhelmed with happiness.
あなたという未来があり得た。
The future you represent was a possible one.
今の私にはそれだけで救いなのです。
Right now, that fact alone is my salvation.
私は
私の分まで幸せになってください。
Please, live with enough happiness for the both of us.
あなたに最後に会えてよかっ
I'm glad I got to meet you once at the end.
た。感謝します。
You have my thanks,
ベルンカステル卿。
Lady Bernkastel.
私はあんたの葬儀を執り行ってるだけ。
I'm just carrying out your funeral.
感謝なんていらないわ。
There's no need to thank me.
では、そろそろおしまいにしましょうか。
Well, it's about time to end this.
亡者は亡者の国へ。そろそろ送り出されるべきだわ。
It's about time to send the dead to the land of the dead.
はい。
Yes,
私のお葬式なのですから。
this is my funeral after all.
私はあるべきところへ。
It's time to go
もう
back.
帰りましょう。
It's time for me to go back to where I belong.
そんな顔をしないで。
Don't make that face.
そして あなたが私でなかったことを
And
どうか
please
喜んで。
rejoice that you were not me.
私もまたあなたが私でないことを喜んでいるのですから。
After all, I rejoice in that fact as well.
行きます。
I'll live.
あなたの分まで。
I'll live for the both of us.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
幸せになって、
Live in happiness.
そして素敵な人と出会って、
And someday, find yourself a wonderful person.
願わくばあなたが魔女として目覚めず人間として生き、
I pray that you live as a human without awakening as a witch.
一なる魂を持って愛するたった一人の人を愛し抜ける。
But you have a whole and single soul and love one person with all your strength.
そんな人生を送ることを願っています。
I hope you live that sort of life.
はい。
I will.
ウィルさん、
Wilson,
あなたという傍観者に感謝します。
I thank you for being an observer.
あなたは私が本当に理解してほしかったあの人ではないけれど、
You aren't the
私
one.
の心を救ってくれました。
Damn. You aren't the one. I truly wanted to understand me, but you have saved my heart.
俺はお前を理解する。
I understand you.
心をないがしろにしね
I don't neglect the heart.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
私は理解してくれた素晴らしき傍観者のあなたに私の最後を委ねたいと思います。
So now that I have a splendid observer who understands me, I want to entrust my final moments to you.
俺でいいのか。
Are you sure you're okay with it being me?
はい。
Yes.
私にとって大事なのは縁ある人ではなく理解してくれた人です。
For me, the important thing is whether the person understands me, not how well I know them. The one I wanted to understand didn't. A person I don't know did understand. There's nothing sad about it. On the contrary, I'm grateful for this miracle. A person was able to understand, even though he has no relation to me.
あなたは良き傍観者であり、私を理解してくださったたった一人の人。
You are a good observer, and the only one who has managed to understand me.
それで縁には十分です。
That connection is strong enough.
わかった。
Understood.
私の心臓を名もなき素晴らしき傍観者のあなたに捧げます。
I offer my heart to you, nameless and wonderful observer.
リオン、
Leon,
下がりなさい。
stand back.
え
Huh?
何が始まるんですか？
What's going to happen?
ミステリーは探偵が引導を渡さなきゃ死ねないのよ。
In the mystery genre, there can be no death unless the detective performs the last rites.
お前の心臓だけ止めればいいのか。
Will just stopping your heart be enough?
死者を弔うとき心臓だけを棺に収めますか？
When you mourn the dearly departed, do you put just their heart into the coffin?
わかった。
Got it.
土より生まれたものは土に帰る。
That which was born from earth will return to earth.
お前のすべてを土に返そう。
I'll return all of you to the earth.
土は土に、
Earth to earth,
灰は灰に、塵は塵に。
ashes to ashes, dust to dust,
幻は幻に、
illusions to illusions,
そして夢は夢に。
and dreams to dreams. Right.
それでは始めましょう。
Then let us begin.
私の埋葬を。
This is my burial.
いつでもいい。
Whenever you're ready.
始めましょう。
Let us start.
まるで私の最後のゲームの最後のように。
This is almost like the end of my last game. Light gathered at Will's back, and a sword materialized there. Oh, he's about to do something epic. Slowly, he drew it out. Its pitch black tip, which could neatly slice apart truth from fiction, swung once, leaving a black trail, and then again, leaving a white trail.
真実と虚構を切って分ける。
I'll cut the truth out from fiction.
ひな。
Come. Following Will's lead, a similar sword appeared in Claire's hand. Its tip glinted silver, the opposite of Will's.
第1のゲーム、第1の番。
First game, first Twilight.
園芸倉庫に6人の死体。
Oh, humble beginnings. 6 corpses in the gardening shed.
幻は幻に。
Illusions to illusions.
土には帰れぬムクロが幻に帰る。
The corpse that cannot return to Earth returns to illusions. Will's pitch black slash cut across Claire's body at an angle. The blade passed through her like she was water, but its tip sent golden flower petals scattering.
第1のゲーム、第2の番。
First game, second Twilight.
寄り添いし2人のムクロは鎖で守られし密室。
Oh, it was so clear. 2 corpses are close in a closed room protected by a chain.
幻は幻に。
Illusions to illusions.
幻の鎖は幻しか閉じ込めない。
A chain of illusions can only trap illusions. The razor-thin black blur sent golden flower petals scattering again.
第1のゲーム、第4の番。
First game, fourth Twilight.
密室書斎の老当主は灼熱の窯の中に。
The old head from the closed room study, confined in a scorching furnace.
幻は幻に。
Illusions to illusions.
幻の男はあるべきところへ。
Let the man of illusions go to where he belongs.
第1のゲーム、第5の番。
First game, fifth Twilight.
悔いに胸を捧げし、少年の最後。
The last moments of the sacrificed boy with a stake in his chest.
幻は幻に。
Illusions to illusions.
幻想の魔女と悔いは幻想しか貫けない。
The witch and stake of illusions can pierce naught but illusions.
第1のゲーム、第6、第7、第8の番。
First game, sixth, seventh, and eighth Twilights.
歌う少女の密室に横たわる3人のムクロ。
3 corpses lying in the closed room of the singing girl.
幻は幻に。
Illusions to illusions.
盲目なる少女が歌うは幻。密室幻想。
Illusions are the blind girl's song. Illusion of a closed room.
お見事です。
Well done.
やはりあなたは素晴らしい。
Yes, you really are splendid.
初めから危ういゲームだったな。
That was a risky game from the very start.
もしもあいつがそれでも死に顔を見たいと言って踏み入っていたならどうしていた？
What if the guy really wanted to see that dead face anyway and stepped inside?
それが運命に身を委ねるということなのです。
That's what it means to abandon oneself to fate.
お前のルーレットというやつだな。
That's what your roulette is, isn't it?
続けましょう。
Let us continue.
第2のゲーム、第1の番。
Second game, first Twilight.
腹を裂かれし6人は密室礼拝堂に。
The 6 with their stomachs split in the closed room chapel.
幻は幻に。
Illusions to illusions.
黄金の真実が幻の錠を閉ざす。
The gold truth locks the lock of illusions.
第2のゲーム第2の番
Second game, second twilight.
寄り添いし2人は死体さえも寄り添えぬ
The two who are close cannot even be close as corpses.
幻は幻に。
Illusions to illusions.
役目を終えたる幻はムクロさえも残せない。
Illusions who have fulfilled their role do not leave even a corpse behind.
第2のゲーム第4第5第6の番
Second game, fourth, fifth, and sixth twilights.
夏日の密室にて生き残りし者はなし
In Natsui's closed room, none are left alive.
土は土に。
Earth to earth.
棺桶が密室であることに疑問を挟む者はいない。
No one would dispute that a coffin is a closed room.
第2のゲーム第7第8の番
Second game, seventh and eighth twilights.
赤き目の幻想に切り殺されし2人
The two sliced to death by the red-eyed illusion.
土は土に。幻は幻に。
Earth to earth, illusions to illusions.
幻に生み出せるムクロはなし。
No illusion can create a corpse. Every time the blade passed through Claire's body, golden flower petals flew everywhere. The petals covering her heart were being torn away bit by bit. The illusion of the witch was breaking down and becoming flower petals.
第3のゲーム第1の番
Third game, first twilight.
連鎖密室がつなぎし6人のムクロ
Six corpses connected by the linked closed rooms.
幻は幻に。
Illusions to illusions.
輪になる密室。終わりと始まりが重なる。
In a closed room ring, the end and the beginning overlap.
第3のゲーム第2の番
Third game, second twilight.
バラ庭園にて親子はムクロを重ね
The corpses of mother and child lay together in the rose garden.
土は土に。
Earth to earth.
語られし最後に何の偽りもなし。
No falsehoods in their final moments as told.
第3のゲーム第4第5第6の番
Third game, fourth, fifth, and sixth twilights.
屋敷にて倒れし3人のムクロ
Three corpses lying in the mansion.
土は土に。
Earth to earth.
語られし最後に何の偽りもなし。
No falsehoods in their final moments as told.
第3のゲーム第7第8の番
Third game, seventh and eighth twilights.
夫婦2人は東屋にてムクロを晒す
The corpses of husband and wife lay exposed under the arbor.
土は土に。
Earth to earth.
明白なる犯人は無情の刃を振るいたり。
The obvious culprit wields a mutable blade.
第4のゲーム第1の番
Fourth game, first twilight.
食堂にて吹き荒れる殺人の嵐
A massacring storm sweeps through the dining hall.
幻は幻に。
Illusions to illusions.
黄金の真実が紡ぎ出す物語は幻に帰る。
Tales woven by the gold truth return to illusions.
第4のゲーム第2の番
Fourth game, second twilight.
2人の若者は試練に挑む共に果てる
The two youths face a trial and pass away together.
幻は幻に。
Illusions to illusions.
黄金の真実が紡ぎ出す物語は幻に帰る。
Tales woven by the gold truth return to illusions.
第4のゲーム第4第5第6第7第8の番
Fourth game, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth twilights.
逃亡者は
誰も生き残れはしない。
None of the runaways are left alive.
土は土に、幻は幻に。
Earth to earth, illusions to illusions.
虚構に彩られし、物言わぬ無黒。
Silent corpses adorned by fiction.
第4のゲーム、第9の番。
Fourth game, ninth twilight.
そして誰も生き残れはしない。
And none shall be left alive.
土は土に、幻は幻に。
Earth to earth, illusions to illusions.
虚構は猫箱に閉ざされることで真実となる。
When fiction is shut up inside a cat box, it becomes truth. Over and over again, Claire's body was sliced by the pitch black sword. As proof, the chapel was now filled with golden flower petals, which danced around like gold snow. It's beautiful.
散り際くらいそうありたいと誰だって願うわ。
Who wouldn't want their last moments to be like that? The gold snow was like confetti at the finale of a show. The curtains were finally falling on the stage that was her.
では最後の問いを。
Then, one final question. Sure. Oh, look at that. So majestic. Claire slowly raised her hands. The sword she held became gold rose petals and melted away. She stood there, arms wide, waiting for the final strike.
私は誰？
Who am I?
幻は幻に。
Illusions to illusions.
約束された死神は魔女の意志を問わずに物語に幕を下ろす。
The promised reaper lowers the curtains on the tale, regardless of the witch's will. The pitch black blade that will swung high, cut down Claire's form. At the same time, she was blown away by a gust of wind. Her human form crumbled in an instant, became a storm of golden flower petals, and was torn apart. After she was blown away, a golden heart remained in midair. But it too was swallowed by the torrent of wind and broke down into flower petals. The gold torrent of wind swirled around the chapel. Then, the swirl of petals scattered out of existence and vanished. A few remaining petals danced around like snowflakes, and those final vestiges decorated the chapel beautifully. A beam of light lit the center of the stage. There stood Claire, whose tale had ended. Then, slowly, softly, she faced the audience and bowed. Applause spread throughout the room. The long, long tale she had just finished telling was being given a massive applause. It went on and on, and on and on, and on and on. The stage slowly sunk into the darkness of oblivion. Behind the darkness and the curtain, Claire continued to bow in front of the unending applause and disappeared. People are born with sin and live life to obtain forgiveness from someone. Or perhaps they are born with riddles and live life searching for someone to solve them. Here, all of our riddles had been solved, leaving no lingering regrets behind. People are riddles. They want someone else to solve their riddle. They live life wanting someone to solve the riddle that they are, the most difficult riddle in the world. They want someone to look at the riddle they are, and they want that person to solve it. For her, that wish has been granted. Her soul will wander no longer. Sleep in endless peace in your cat box coffin. Though there have been so many golden flower petals flitting about like a blizzard, not a single one remained. Everything had become dust, vanishing as though there had been nothing there in the first place, and all was silent once more. Come to think of it, even the sound of rain is gone. The rain must have stopped at some point.
あいつはお前に会えたことだけが救いだ。
Meeting you was her salvation.
そうだといいのですが。
I hope so.
逃れられぬ袋小路の運命と自らを呪い諦めきっていた。
She cursed herself in her inescapable, dead-end fate, and gave up.
そんなあいつにとって、お前という幸せな奇跡に出会えたことは、何よりもの救いになった。
Meeting you, a happy miracle in her eyes, saved her in a way nothing else could.
だから、そんな顔をするな。
Just don't make that face.
お前にしちゃ、粋な計らいだったな。
That was a pretty tasteful ending for you.
私はアウアウから葬儀の執り行いを任されただけ。
Ao only told me to carry out the funeral.
あんたという進行役を呼んで、すべてを任せただけだけれど。
Well, I pretty much just called a facilitator, you, and let you do everything.
ありがとう。
Fair enough.
ウィル。
Thank you, Will.
私がクレルに代わってあなたに感謝します。
In Claire's place, I want to thank you.
異なる運命の私の未練をすべて断ち切ってくれてありがとう。
Thanks for cutting off all the lingering regrets of a me of a different fate.
お前はもっと頭を抱えて混乱すると思っていた。
I thought I'd see a bit more head clutching and panic from you.
もう私は理解しています。
I understand now.
私がいかに幸せに生きてきたかということを。
I realize how happy my life has been.
何かの運命に翻弄され異なる世界を生きていたなら私は同じ運命の袋小路にいたかもしれない。
If fate had toyed with me, and if I was living in another world, I might have gotten stuck in the same dead end of fate.
しかし私はとてつもなく低い確率の幸運の中から今の世界に生きている。
However, thanks to an extremely improbable bit of good luck, I live in this world.
その価値と意味を教えられましたから。
I now know how much that means, how much it's worth.
なに？
What's up?
意外そうな顔して。
Why the surprised look?
魔女にろくな奴はいないってのが俺の持論だったが。
I thought decent witches didn't exist.
改める必要があるかもな。
But I might have to change that theory.
いいわよ、改めないで。
Don't worry, no need to change it.
私は退屈しのぎのためにあの子のゲームに乗った。
I only joined that kid's game to kill some time.
そして負けはしたけれど楽しく遊ばせてもらった。
And, though I lost, I enjoyed playing.
あの子はそのゲーム版を畳まずに行ってしまった。
That kid died without folding up her game board.
私は遊ばせてもらった礼と敗者の務めとして最後の片付けを引き受けただけよ。
I just took charge of cleaning up, and thanks to her for letting me play and because it's the loser's duty.
てっきりもっとひでえことをすると思ってたが。
I was sure you'd be a lot crueler than this.
ひどいこと？
Crueler?
心をないがしろにした。もっとひでえゲームを見せると思っていた。
I thought this would be a cruel game that neglects the heart.
ひどいゲームにしたわ。
Yes, it was a cruel game.
あの子がファンタジーだと称するゲームを。
Though she claimed that the game was fantasy.
あんたという探偵を連れてきて、ミステリーで終わらせたわ。
I've brought you along and made it end as a mystery.
魔女幻想は見事に砕け散って、私のささやかな仕返しはおしまい。
The illusion of the witch has been spectacularly crushed, and my little bit of revenge is complete.
この絡まった恋の物語を絶対の意志で終わらせる。
This tale of intertwined love ends thanks to an absolute and certain willpower.
その絶対の意志に絶対の魔女が微笑んで、あの子を2日間だけの魔女にした。
Out of respect for that certain willpower, the witch of certainty made that kid a witch for just 2 days.
私はその2日間という限られた時間の中だけで無限に広がる万華鏡を楽しませてもらった。
Even within this limited span of 2 days, I've been able to enjoy an endless kaleidoscope.
私は祝福しないから奇跡は起きない。
I won't be bestowing my favor, so no miracle will occur.
でもその結末さえもあの子が望んだものよ。
However, even this ending is something that child wished for.
無限の物語は一体どの真実で本当は終わったんでしょう。
I wonder which truth actually lay at the end of this endless tale.
さあな。
Who knows?
それを決めつけないのが猫箱ってもんだ。
Not being able to say that for sure is what makes it a cat box.
開けば屋敷は跡形も残らず、エヴァを除いて誰も生き残らない物語。
Just a small aside, the smallest of asides, with how finale-ish feeling this little bit kind of feels. Again, you just have to wonder, what the hell is episode 8 gonna be? What the hell is happening in episode 8? When you open the box, you get a tale where no trace of the mansion remains. No one except Eva survives.
エヴァは何も語らず死んだ以上、すべては猫箱の中。
Now that Eva has died without saying anything, all the truth is inside the cat box.
有限の箱の中にしまわれる無限の可能性。
Endless possibilities, all kept within a limited box.
こうして思うと、
Now that I think about it,
彼女が生きて、そして死んだ島そのものが黄金鏡だったのかもしれませんね。
maybe the whole island where she lived and died was the Golden Land.
猫箱を黄金鏡と呼ぶならね。
If you can call a cat box a Golden Land, that is.
そしてその猫箱の中で考えうる最も楽しい物語をバトラーは書いたわ。
By the way, Battler has written up the most fun tale imaginable of the inside of the cat box.
ベアトリーチェの棺に収められた
Yeah, that's a good point.
その本か。
You mean that book in Beatrice's coffin?
そうよ。
That's right.
彼が思い描いた彼女が最も幸せな物語。
It's the happiest possible tale for her, which he thought up himself.
とても楽しくて愛に満ちた幸せな物語でした。
It was a really fun, love-filled, happy tale.
私もあの物語が棺には一番ふさわしいと思います。
I also think that tale was the most fitting one to put in her coffin.
いや、違う。
No, that's wrong. Huh?
クレルは言ったぜ。
You heard Claire.
お前という存在が彼女の希望であり、救いなんだ。
You are her hope and her salvation.
お前がこれからも幸せであることが何よりもの救いなんだ。
More than anything else, you living on in happiness will be your salvation.
はい。
Right.
幸せに生きなさい。
Live happily.
あんたはただそれだけであの子の奇跡なのだから。
That's all you need to do to be that kid's miracle.
はい。
Yes.
彼女の分も幸せに生きます。
I'll live happily enough for the both of us.
よくこいつを見つけ出したな。
I'm surprised you found this kid.
あの膨大な海の中から。
Didn't you have to search through
200何万高の中から探し出したのか。
about 200,000 of them in that vast sea?
私ごときにできることなんてせいぜいその程度のことよ。
Such trivialities are all I'm capable of.
これで葬儀はおしまいよ。
And now, the funeral is over.
約束通り結界は解いたわ。
As promised, I've released the barrier.
あんたが立ち去れば時間も元通りに動き出す。
Once you leave, time will start moving again like normal.
これでお役御免か。
So, you're done with us now?
早く帰らねえとダイアナがまたカーテンを引っかき出す。
If I don't get back quickly, Diana will start scratching the curtains.
短い間でしたがお世話になりました。
We weren't together long, but thank you for your help.
あばよ。
So long.
異なる幾百万の自分たちの代わりに幸せになりな。
Be happy, for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of other yous. That's one way of putting it. When he left the chapel, a beautiful after-rain sky stretched out above him. That sky, which was a mix of rain clouds, gaps of sunlight, and the tint of twilight, had a beauty to it that couldn't be described in words. Will slowly descended the stone stairs, stepping through puddles. Then, he waved without looking back, and left the chapel behind. His form and footprints gradually faded away, until there was no trace left.
じゃあ私も消えるわ。
Okay, time for me to disappear too.
さよなら、リオン。
Goodbye, Leon.
あなたにもお世話になりました。
I have you to thank as well.
あなたに心ないことを言った気がします。
I believe I said some fairly inconsiderate things to you.
申し訳ありませんでした。
You have my apologies.
あなたは私にとても大切なことを教えてくれました。
You taught me something very important.
何か
What is it?
何も。
No, it's nothing.
感謝されるなんて100年ぶりだから。なんて返事をすればいいか戸惑っただけよ。
It's been a century since anyone's thanked me, so I wasn't sure how to respond. Bernstein shrugged, then floated up into the air. Goodbye! Goodbye! Then she looked up at the beautiful 7 colors of light shining in through the stained glass, and spoke as though someone was looking down on her from there.
アウアウローラ。
Aurora.
これで答え合わせには十分でしょ。
Was that enough of an answer check for you?
これでわからないなら、傍観者の魔女どもを集めてお茶会でも開いて、他の魔女の推理でも拝聴したら。
If you still don't get it, why not gather the other observer witches and have a tea party or something? Then you can listen to their theories.
私は意地悪だから、これ以上を詳しくはやらないわよ。
I'm mean, so I won't go any further than this.
考えぬ魔女はいない。
There are no witches who don't think.
なぜなら、考えぬ魔女は死ぬか海の木図なんだもの。
After all, witches who don't think either die or turn to seaweed.
さあ、これから戻って、あんたの推理がどの程度当たってたかを魚に一杯やりましょう。
Yes, now you can look back and have a drink while seeing how much of your theory was right.
もう悪役も巫女も疲れたわ。
I'm tired of playing the part of the bad guy and of being a Miko.
私もこれでお役ごめんよ。
You're done with me now.
じゃあね、リオン。
Bye, Leon.
そして、傍観者の魔女たち。
And bye to you too, observer witches. Bergso burst and disappeared. A single golden flower petal glittered. Well, bye. Leon picked it up. It was the only trace of a miracle that remained in this chapel. At that time, cheery voices could suddenly be heard. It was the relatives. They came out of the waiting room one by one.
リオン、ここにいたのですか。
So, this is where you were, Leon.
探しましたよ。
I was looking for you.
母さん、
Mom,
申し訳ありません。
my apologies.
少し考え事をしていました。
I was just thinking about something.
やっと雨が上がったみたいやな。
Looks like the rain's finally stopped.
いい天気みたいや。
Finally, some good weather.
皆さん方、
Everyone,
屋敷へ戻ろうじゃないかね。
let us return to the mansion.
これでベアトリーチェの葬儀は終了だそうだ。
I've been told that Beatrice's funeral is over.
お父さん、当主様は？
Dad, where's the head?
今来るぜ。
He'll be here in a sec.
今日は散々だったな。
Today was pretty crazy.
親父の葬式ごっこに付き合うのも疲れるぜ。
And playing along with Dad's little funeral show was a real pain.
そんなこと言っちゃダメよ。
You shouldn't say that.
大事なセレモニーだったわ。
It was a very important ceremony.
そうね。
That's right.
お父様にとって大切な儀式だったと思うわ。
I think it was very important for Father.
私お腹空いちゃったわ。
I'm starving.
ゴーダさん、
No, you're
何か
Eva.
作れない？
Goda-san, think you could cook something up for us?
はい、
Yes, ma'am.
すぐにお茶のご用意をいたします。
Excuse me, damn. I made it almost 5 hours without sneezing. Yes, ma'am. I'll prepare some tea at once.
リオンはどこか？
Did you not like my dad joke? Where is Leon?
肩を貸せ。
Lend me a hand.
当主様、ただいま。
Our family head. There you are. As Kinzo came out after the others, Leon ran up to him.
今日は一日ご苦労だった。
You did very well today.
ベアトリーチェの葬儀はこれで終了である。
Beatrice's funeral is now complete.
はい。
Yes,
ベアトリーチェの魂もきっと救われただろうと思います。
and I'm sure that Beatrice's soul was saved.
なぜそうわかる？
How could you know that?
さっきまで私はベアトリーチェと一緒にいました。
I was with Beatrice until a second ago,
そして彼女が未練なく旅立ったのを見届けました。
and I saw her leave on her journey with no regrets.
だからわかります。
That's how I know.
私がそれを保証します。
I guarantee it.
そうか。
I see.
お前が言うなら間違いはあるまい。
If you say it, then it must be so. The relatives left the chapel one by one. Leon left too, giving Kinzo a shoulder to lean on. A beam of sunlight peeked through the clouds, looking like a staircase leading up to heaven. Oh no, the clouds are gonna form into like a Beatrice head, waving down bye to them. Yeah! The Golden Witch prepared a gift for me? We don't even need an episode 8. It's over. Yeah, I feel satisfied. I have been satisfied. I don't even need to read episode 8. It's over. It's over. Well, it's a Jover. Yeah, we still have the Tea Party stuff. I'm thinking we just leave that to Tuesday night stream then. You're not sure one midweek stream is enough. Damn. Well, I don't think I would do it necessarily. So here in the States, we have, it's a holiday coming up next week. I personally don't see myself doing Umineko stream on Thursday proper. But I could see myself, if we need to dedicate like 2 midweek streams to it, and we want to space just slightly, and then that would mean, you know, trying to give us like starting episode 8 then next Saturday, a week from today. So then again, if we do to finish the Tea Party stuff, I could see maybe us sticking to Tuesday and then whatever needs to be left over as like an overage Friday. Then like next week, I mean. So then it would be like Tuesday, we start Tea Party stuff. And if it's as you're saying, I don't finish it, then whatever is left over, just wrapping it up, I guess, on some random point on Friday. The only unfortunate thing, the barely unfortunate thing I should say, is then it's like a little bit of Umineko on Friday and then some Saturday, but do people really worry about that? I don't know. I worry about that. I always worry about everything, though. I worry everything Umineko related and stream related. I don't know. Well, that's what I'm tentatively feeling like, if that's the case. If Tuesday's not going to be enough to handle it all, then I would say, as of right now, I'm feeling a regular Tuesday night, and then if that's doesn't finish it, then having whatever left over into Friday. I didn't mean to hit tips. That is not what I meant to hit. Tips is not a thing. What is this? Something I'd like to share. IDK, how well that would go. This episode is supposed to have answered basically all the questions and mysteries. Yeah, that's what I was saying. We don't even need episode 8. Episode 8 in December, not needed. We've learned everything. Everything is there. I don't even know why they made an episode 8. I would enjoy one stream or whatever where I can explain stuff. I basically just get told sit me down and explain me things as if I'm a 10-year-old. That would be funny. That would be very funny to me. That's a funny idea. No, it's what I should have done from the get-go, or what I had mentioned, maybe some assumed jokingly at the start. I just go back to the first episode. We either replay or I just rewatch. I just rewatch my streams. Then it's like a watch along. Then we're just watching my old streams. We watch them together, and as the things are happening, then we explain everything. So then it's like, oh, when this was happening, this is what was really happening. And then we'll get to like episode 8, like sometime in the middle of next year. That's what I really need. I don't know. I'll say something controversial. I don't know if I'm gonna do it now, but like, I fully expected after, most likely, at many times throughout this series so far up until these 7 episodes, I assumed there was gonna be some holes, and I've always said the chances of me rereading Umineko is very slim to none. I don't see myself redoing it with how big of a time investment is, you know what I mean? So like, I always imagined that at some point I wasn't thinking it was going to be on stream. I think it was going to be on my own time, you know, at some point. I would just have to find a time that was most comfortable doing it, and I just assumed, you know, probably when I finish the game itself, so there's no possible way of me running into something I shouldn't be. But, like, I was going to probably find, as I do with, like, any kind of, like, deep thing, long thing, I was going to find supplemental, what's the term I'm looking for? Like, supplemental, I keep thinking of, like, AP tests, like, or, you know, especially when, like, history, supplemental docs, supplemental reading material, or watching material, I guess, maybe even. That was always going to be the case one way or the other. It was just something that, at the time, and maybe still now, just think that might have been something I do, like, on my own time, at some point afterwards, just because I'd be curious to do that. Because, like I said, the chance of me actually going back and dissecting everything I had just experienced was already pretty slim, unless it was done in a manner that did not involve me going over my own, basically, like some kind of condensed, shortened form, but also me not having to go back what I had just done personally. The big twist from this episode that Canon and Shannon are the same person alone gives a lot of things to look through. Every single thing in all games where Canon and Shannon are together is technically fake and symbolic. Yeah. 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 It'll be interesting. Like I said, we still have a few more bits, obviously, here to episode 7. And I obviously still have time to figure out exactly how and if I'm going to do something more. And like I said, I don't know where episode 8 is going to take us. But whether it be on stream or off stream in my own time, I'll be doing more with Umineko. I will be digesting. It almost feels irresponsible of me, if I can put it one way. It would seem irresponsible of me and in my enjoyment of the series if I were to just finish episode 8 and then just be like, all right, cool, I'm done. I will never have to think about this ever again, because that's not necessarily how I'd want to do it anyway. So there's going to be some kind of recap or evaluating the story. I just need to figure out exactly how I want to do it and which way I would want to take it. A Q&A. We should do something. Well, or I should do something. I shouldn't be throwing around the term we. We could possibly do something. I will definitely be doing something. Those are the definitive statements I would put out. I will definitely do something. We could possibly do something. It'll be fine. We'll do it. We'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Give me an infinite amount of time and an infinite amount of monkeys, and I will come up, hopefully, with some idea. Although, maybe you shouldn't trust me so implicitly. But that'll do it for tonight's stream. As always, I feel like, especially, I know we're technically not finished with episode 7, but I always feel the need, especially through the episodes here, to thank anyone watching this, especially VODs or whatever. If you're watching this and you're like, God, this is just like watching this is with this guy piloting and reading is just a disaster on wheels. I understand it is. I hope you're enjoying it in one way, one form or another. Sticking with me through this. Jesus. A years-long adventure. We're on pace to finish Umineko this year. I'm telling you. No one should... Back when I was making that claim towards the beginning of the year, or whenever I started, if you doubted me, I'm going to prove you wrong. Yeah, I kind of put pedal to the metal towards these last few episodes, though, so I kind of changed how we did this, so it's on me. Through God, all things are possible. Never doubted you. Thanks. I need that confidence. So yeah, like I said, definitely stream Tuesday. We'll see how far I get into the tea party stuff. We'll try to assess and then see what we do from there. As of right now, I'm thinking like Friday overage, but maybe it'll look a bit more awkward, but maybe just do everything. We'll just finish tea party stuff on Saturday and then roll into the next episode. I guess either can work. I don't know. We'll see. I throw my hands up in the air and I say, hey, yo, I gotta let go. Until next time, have a nice rest of your night. Have a great Sunday. Have a great finish the weekend. Have a great finish to the weekend. Does that make sense? I don't know. I gotta go sniff some more cleaner fumes or something. So, until then, until another stream. Bye. Bye.